you in the arena. Gamers, get ready! Introducing BFBS Pro League, the only tri-service esports league for the armed forces, featuring Rocket League. Compete against players of all abilities and play to win a share of the £15,000 prize pool. BFBS Pro League includes incredible prizes for the top 100 players, best goals and the MVP, as well as giveaways of the latest consoles, gaming equipment and your chance to bag first place with a prize of £4,000 at our grand finale. Whether you're a casual player or a seasoned pro, the league is open to the whole armed forces community, including their families, civilian staff and cadets. BFBS Pro League qualifiers kicks off in June. If you can play, you can compete. This is esports for everyone, everywhere. This is esports for the armed forces. Sign up now to BFBS Pro League. See you in the arena. Introducing BFBS Pro League, the only tri-service esports league for the armed forces, featuring Rocket League. The league is open to the whole armed forces community, including their families, civilian staff and cadets. Compete against players of all abilities and play to win a share of the £15,000 prize pool. Sign up now to BFBS Pro League. See you in the arena. Gamers, get ready! Introducing BFBS Pro League, the only tri-service esports league for the armed forces, featuring Rocket League. Compete against players of all abilities and play to win a share of the £15,000 prize pool. BFBS Pro League includes incredible prizes for the top 100 players, best goals and the MVP, as well as giveaways of the latest consoles, gaming equipment and your chance to bag first place with a prize of £4,000 at our grand finale. Whether you're a casual player or a seasoned pro, the league is open to the whole Armed Forces community, including their families, civilian staff and cadets. BFBS Pro League Qualifiers kicks off in June. If you can play, you can compete. This is esports for everyone, everywhere. This is esports for the Armed Forces. Sign up now to BFBS Pro League. See you in the arena. Introducing BFBS Pro League, the only tri-service esports league for the Armed Forces. Featuring Rocket League. The league is open to the whole Armed Forces community, including their families, civilian staff and cadets. Compete against players of all abilities and play to win a share of the £15,000 prize pool. Sign up now to BFBS Pro League. See you in the arena. Gamers, get ready. Introducing BFBS Pro League, the only tri-service esports league for the Armed Forces. Featuring Rocket League. Compete against players of all abilities and play to win a share of the £15,000 prize pool. BFBS Pro League includes incredible prizes for the top 100 players, best goals and the MVP, as well as giveaways of the latest consoles, gaming equipment and your chance to bag first place with a prize of £4,000 at our grand finale. Whether you're a casual player or a seasoned pro, the league is open to the whole Armed Forces community, including their families, civilian staff and cadets. BFBS Pro League Qualifiers kicks off in June. If you can play, you can compete. This is esports for everyone, everywhere. This is esports for the Armed Forces. Sign up now to BFBS Pro League. See you in the arena. Introducing BFBS Pro League, the only tri-service esports league for the armed forces. Featuring Rocket League. The league is open to the whole armed forces community, including their families, civilian staff and cadets. Compete against players of all abilities and play to win a share of the £15,000 prize pool. Sign up now to BFBS Pro League. See you in the arena. Gamers, get ready. Introducing BFBS Pro League, the only tri-service esports league for the armed forces. Featuring Rocket League. Compete against players of all abilities and play to win a share of the £15,000 prize pool. BFBS Pro League includes incredible prizes for the top 100 players, best goals and the MVP, as well as giveaways of the latest consoles, gaming equipment and your chance to bag first place with a prize of £4,000 at our grand finale. Whether you're a casual player or a seasoned pro, the league is open to the whole armed forces community, including their families, civilian staff and cadets. BFBS Pro League qualifiers kicks off in June. If you can play, you can compete. This is esports for everyone, everywhere. This is esports for the armed forces. Sign up now to BFBS Pro League. See you in the arena. Introducing BFBS Pro League, the only tri-service esports league for the armed forces. Featuring Rocket League. The league is open to the whole armed forces community, including their families, civilian staff and cadets. Compete against players of all abilities and play to win a share of the £15,000 prize pool. Sign up now to BFBS Pro League. See you in the arena.
Good evening, everybody. Welcome back to Qualifier 1 for the BFBS Pro League, the first ever iteration of a competitive Rocket League tournament open to everybody in the armed forces community. Yesterday was full of theatre. I mean, we had Sean Dyche, we had all sorts going on. It was absolutely phenomenal and a great day of Rocket League for everyone to enjoy. But today is a tiny bit more serious. It's the business end. It's the top 8. The top 8 teams who qualified through day 1 yesterday make it here today, competing for a cash prize to the top placed team. And of course, that will also score them valuable points towards their qualification for the in-person LAN event in September later on this year. Now, joining me, as always, in the commentary box is a very special guest. You saw him yesterday. You'll see him again today. It's Danny Boy. Danny Boy, how are you this evening, sir?
Well, thank you very much for the kind introduction. As always, doing quite well. I mean, you're sort of sitting there looking at the top 8 potential, all that as well, too, before we get on to the excitement. How are yourself still?
I can't complain, Danny. I can't complain. Yesterday was so good, and I'm pretty sure today is going to top it.
Well, I sincerely hope so. I mean, yes, we did have at one point Burnley's manager, in quotations, apparently popping onto the pitch as well. And apparently, as many of you so far, is getting involved as well to Qualifier 2 and onwards, as that event in September is looking already tasty to get involved here. But still, in terms of what we witness in terms of the 24 teams for Qualifier 1 here, a lot of battle, a lot of arguments move across here. However, we do only have 8 teams rightly pointed out here. We even argued in terms of which one we should be broadcasting tonight at the quarterfinal stage. And you know what? I think we have to say this is probably the best of the 4 teams in terms of the matchup on how close it should be.
Yes, so for those not aware, the single elim quarterfinal, bracket for today starts off in the quarterfinals, and each game now is best of 5 compared to best of 3 yesterday. And in quarterfinal number 1, we have England taking on, I believe that is Team NIA. I'm not sure what they stand for. I can't remember off the top of my head. But then we've got Falcons versus the RAF Shadows in quarterfinal number 2. That's a really, really good game. We've got It Can't Go On Like This against the RAF Storm Shadows in quarterfinal number 3. And we've got the quarterfinal 4 that we are going to be following, which is Team No Boost, Just Vibes against the RAF Tempest, which is the Royal Air Force's second side. So again, 2 very, very good sides. In fact, Danny, seed number 4 in No Boost, Just Vibes against seed number 7 in the RAF Tempests. I mean, which way is it going to go?
Well, that's a very good question in terms of which way is it going to go. I want to stay on the fence here because I know you're RAF through and through here still. I'm a little bit more cautious on how the 4th seed is going to come out today. If they come out in any shape or form similar to potentially how any of the top 4 sides, we saw at least 2 of them yesterday, it should potentially be a 3-0 series sweep. I would like to be wrong, but we did have one big conversation in that series, is where was the G-Wood?
Well, it's a good question. G-Wood... well, I can't really say too much, but he was away on work commitments. But I see now that today there might be a small change in the roster. We won't give away too much. But he certainly wasn't available as far as yesterday's kickoffs were concerned. And that's, of course, a big miss for this RAF Tempest side. He's the captain of the team. He's their leader, and he does so much for them. Does he make a return tonight? We shall find out.
You're talking about potential returns or not here, but the match itself will be getting underway here, and well, by the looks of things here, no would be the answer. The captain of the Tempest not making an appearance, at least in the quarter-final match. There was sort of ripples and conversations in the shadow itself, but either way, this is going to be a bit of an interesting one for anybody sitting at home and watching this as well. I only found this out quite recently as well, actually. They've been scrimming already against each other. You know, not often you used to say that in most matchups in sort of a top 8 side. You usually want to keep a bit of distance, but playing against your sort of direct counterpart for your quarterfinal match is takes a lot, shall we say, because you could give a few things away.
That is right, and it is a bit of a risk, but They took it and both teams were able to develop from it, and now the Tempest come forward for the first time this evening, shooting in blue. Forward as we see it, it's Kobe. Nice 50. Forces a mistake there from Lenzo. Subi with a shot just wide of the mark. And the Tempest have started brightly. They're looking active here. They're looking to find nice early goals, which is a bit of a contrast to what we saw against the Navy yesterday from this Tempest side. And hopefully, Danny, they're going to start fast, get that first early goal to settle their nerves, and build from there.
So, and if you may hear us slightly stuttering with the Tempest in blue, the particular roster of the Tempest, usually traditionally the second team a long time ago when it was barely formed, but 3 years ago they were just once referred to as the red team. That's maybe a bit of a history of lore towards it, and frankly them in blue just feels outright wrong here with Subi. Just getting that one particularly away here. Sam is likewise the temporary stand-in captain here. He played so fabulously well yesterday. Doesn't get a lot of credit in terms of the main roster, but he did perform so well. Subi likewise, mechanically so. Good save already. And you know what? Like their match we saw yesterday, the second one, such an even game. Back and forth it went, but this one far much more composed defensively here.
I mean, yeah, there was 3 no boost just 5 players in the same corner. That was a very dangerous couple of seconds for them, but they managed to escape the RAF Tempest pressure. Up goes Leon. Leon is a very, very good player, one that we've come to know through scrims, and indeed from the broadcast yesterday, just how good he is. And it's Subi there looking for Kobe. Kobe with a wonderful flicked touch, but has to square up against Lenzo. Lenzo couldn't quite find the shot. Ritzy does though, forces Sammers into a diversionary touch away to his right hand side. Leon with a very nice touch in towards goal, causes an issue for Kobe there, and the follow-up shot by Ritzy saved by Subi. Excellent, calm defending by the RAF Tempest as they fight off really nice, sustained pressure from no boost just vibes.
The fact that this is the fourth side in terms of seeding, you know, you would expect them to come out here and do a number against the Tempest. Let's not be fair, they're just in around the top 10 based on day one. They're just showing that they can hold their own here. They're so used to playing against the second seed of the competition in terms of the Storm Shadows themselves here, which is about 2-3 levels much higher up in normal competition. And unfortunately for anybody of an RAF colour and stripe, this one, however, went sailing by them.
Yeah, nice sneaky finish there by Lenzo into that near post. Really, really good stuff. And they found the goal that they were looking for. Not sure how the Tempest are going to respond to that one, because previously we've seen them crumble after going down a goal, and again they've fallen behind to a double goal from Lenzo. Really good couple of minutes from him, and it's just nicked in front of him was the Lenzo challenge on Kobe there. And the Tempest 2 goals down now with a minute and a half to go. Again, this is a best of 5, Danny, so there's a bit more margin for error, but they certainly won't be wanting to be giving away goals like that for the remainder of this series if they want to have any chance of getting back into it, if they want to have any chance of winning it.
I've just considered the third one, and we talked about a massive part of the conversation in the group stage yesterday in terms of stability and composure and sort of how much do you give it here. The opening game is ideally the Tempest played exactly what they should have done. Sort of figure out each other, sort of send a few testing ball every so often just to see what they would do here. The problem that most sort of, and this is no disrespect to them, they know that as the fourth one goes in, you've got to have the idea of what your opposition's capable of doing and structure yourself around it. They haven't done that in the opening game. So essentially for the next 60 seconds, plus however they want to take in terms of the small break in between games, is to work that bit out. What do you do?
I mean, the only answer has got to be some kind of a mental reset. This next minute for the Tempest is very, very important. Either they concede more goals and they lose morale and momentum, or they at least stem the flow of goals going in against them and find some kind of, I guess, dignity is what I'm looking for the remainder of this game to at least take into game 2. Or, in the best case scenario, find the goal for themselves and begin putting some kind of strain on this no boost just 5 side, because, you know, the first 3 minutes was so very well balanced, Danny, as you quite rightly stated. But this last two have been all no boosters vibes, and they are deservedly up 4-0, and suddenly the task for the Tempest has gone from looking somewhat in their control to absolutely an unthinkable mountain to climb.
The great sentence of Leicester is the world-class John Dyche to whereas the Tempest in the opening game getting trounced upon 5 goals to nothing is not ideal here. And normally I would like to use this as a sort of a free excuse, if you want to put it kindly. The Tempest are used to being on stream. They're used to actually punching above their weight here. The fact that no boosters vibes is throwing them in such a sort of discombobulated sort of sense defensively, you have to actually give credit to the opposition, the fact that Parwell, they're playing in terms of attacking, but the scary fact is what's under the hood here. How good can they be? Because if the semi-final works out here, they might even sort of breeze to the final potentially.
It is. They are looking like a very convincing side, aren't they? This no boost, just vibe side. They've come in, again, it was a cagey first couple of minutes, which is natural for both teams to be cautious of the other team, working each other out, and well, they were able to find that breakthrough goal. And as soon as that first goal went in, Danny, no boosters vibes just burst into life. They were so far ahead of the RAF Tempest, which pains me to say, by the way. But Danny, I do have one question for you. Will we see G-Wood, who's in the lobby, who is present in the lobby? Are we going to see G-Wood, the captain of the RAF Tempest, subbing in to potentially save the day, or will he trust in the troops that are currently on the pitch?
And the fact that single elimination, best of 5, there's no second chances, first to 3 in individual games. You can't rest on the fact if you trust yourself and you're the captain of the roster, you have to put yourself in. I would want to see him there. We've seen so many times over the past couple of years what the G-Wood effect is. We talked about it in terms of the demo side of it, but just in the corner of my eye, and I think everybody else at home too has just spotted, there is no G-Wood. The fact that he might be saying, I trust you far too much here, I'm not subbing myself out, is commendable, but I think it's on the wrong side of the decision here.
Will that decision cost the Tempest? The players that are on the pitch are more than good enough to do the job, and they've started a bit more aggressively now, have the RAF Tempest. It's Kobe. Really nice, awkward ball to deal with. Courtesy of Kobe, but Leon dealt with it well, and the follow-up from Ritzy buys his team some time. You can see they're limited on boost. Again, Leon leaving that full boost there for his teammate. That's a good punt upfield by Kobe. Will it find the net? No, Lenzo's there. And again, another fast start from the Tempest, but this time, Danny, they need to make this pressure count. They need to find a goal from somewhere to break that deadlock in their favour for the first time. And that might be the key to unlock the Tempest's attacking threat.
So far as Pandora's box, until it is truly open, we will not know what is going to be happening here. Subi said that one. Sam is under a lot of pressure, struck too sweetly in the Tempest and tennis terms, essentially an unforced error this was, and they will be slightly grueling the fact that this one went against them so quickly.
Yeah, it's Subi there, not quite able to control the ball. It's unfortunate on his end. A very mechanical, skillful player. It's a mistake that he won't take too well for his own standards, but knowing Subi, he's more than capable of dealing with these kinds of setbacks. Very mentally strong, very mechanically skilled. And he'll have to call back on that, but that's a slight mistake from Lenzo. Can he recover the ball in time? Yes, he can. And he bails himself out of trouble. That was such a dangerous couple of seconds. And the Tempest again, Danny. They're coming forward. They are putting some pressure on. But at the moment, they're struggling to find that killer instinct in front of goal.
Well, one touch stuff down, second one will take it past his teammate here, and then it goes up. Samus will move it across here. May not have the instinct on the attacking, but so far the defence has sharpened up in kind here, and that was looking to skim towards the net. Samus, ball taken away from Subi likewise down, and it's a very much a front line attacking by the Tempest. If that ball goes high and lofty, it will be a quick counter attack against him. Eventually it has been sort of broken down by both sides, no control either, so you've just got to say what's coming from it.
This is better though from the RAF Tempest. They've stemmed the flow of goals going in. They've slowed it down at least a little bit with, we're taking some kind of a positive for them. But you have to give credit to this no boost just 5 side. They have been superb so far here in this game number 2, and indeed as they were in game 1. But this is the chance for Subi. Flicks goalwards. Kobe steaming in there, and unfortunate not to get something on the ball. That could have been at least an equalising goal and a chance to give some kind of momentum to this RAF Tempest side. But again, no boost just 5s equal to it, and Danny has been taken side the second half of this game. I want to say there's something in this for the RAF Tempest, but they've got to work really, really hard now for it.
Shots on target, but the main thing they've got to sort of keep in the back of their minds here is not to overextend when you are 1-0 down, chasing the game. On series, you can sometimes get caught into the overexcited, sort of like the young puppy that you brought home here. You know it's going to run rampant around the household. You've got to wait till it's trained. The Tempest has been well trained. You haven't seen them being eager or jumping about there. You saw, what, about 20 seconds ago, Kobe leaving that ball because of the call of the third man here. They are being smart about things, and that's far much more the difference from game 1 and 2. So if you are a Tempest supporter, it's just not just at the time yet where you want to hide behind the sofa and wait till it's all over.
And this is the beauty of a best of 3, but Ritzy potentially puts game 2 out of the reach of the RAF Tempest. The second team for the Royal Air Force really struggling here against the 4th seed. No boost, just 5s, doubling their lead. And again, you have to say it's coming. The Tempest have resisted them for quite some time now, since that first goal went in. But the Tempest succumbing to that pressure, it had to give in eventually. They've got to find some offensive momentum, some kind of offensive pressure. A moment of magic from Subi maybe could be the key to inspire the Tempest back onto form. But right now, you don't see it, do you? You just can't see a comeback in game number 2 here. And potentially, if it stays this way, will mean the Tempest have to fend off 3 match points against this no boost just 5 side, who I must say look like converting at least one of those 3.
So, and if you were at the start of the conversation today, could have been outright favourites to maybe go out and win it. There's a few teams we have yet to bring it into that conversation. We'll do so around the semi-final stage after, of course, this series here. But 3-0 down, likelihood game 2 will go to no boost and just 5s. But the Tempest, they've got to look at the game and you sort of got, well, we have sort of 90% there. It's just we can't get the goal into the back of the net. The problem is, unfortunately, that's the major component of the game to win.
It is, and it's been the problem that the Tempest have is, as good as they've been defensively, and they have been good to resist in this game especially, they just haven't had the offensive pressure. And as you say, sure, defense is very, very important, but in this game, it's goals that win you championships, and it will be Lenzo again, slotting home into that bottom right-hand side of the Tempest net. It's more good attacking from them, it's more composure in front of goal, and it's more trouble for the RAF Tempest in defense. That will be game 2, surely wrapped up now. And again, the Tempest have little time between now and game 3 to figure out a plan to reset themselves into any kind of positive mental shape to try and get something back, get one game on the board, get a goal on board even, to try and interrupt the flow and the momentum of this no boost just 5 side. Because as it stands, they are set to take it in a sweep quite comfortably.
It's just a shame that sometimes the scoreline tells you one thing and the series score tells you the direct opposites, and sometimes that happens at the sort of the professional level. But when you look at what the Tempest is trying to do here, it's not the worst idea strategically in terms of a game plan. The problem is they're not spreading themselves too far in terms of, on the same vertical line. But when you sit there and to the point here where it's, one-dimensional, that's where just vibes will, dissect you. You have to be able to be in that final third, Sally, as you rightly know here. You've seen it far too often as well, where that opportunity needs to come through. There is that passing lane or passing option that is presenting itself. There is no shot that's coming through, even one at distance. You've got to test the keeper every so often. And that final third is showing the huge difference to the lack of goals being outputted here.
And that is the problem that the RAF Tempest face. It is simply a matter of scoring goals. And I do think in a similar fashion to when No Boost Just Vibes went 1 goal to the good in game 1 and then scored 3 or 4 pretty quickly after, I think it's going to be the same for the RAF Tempest. If they can find a goal from somewhere, anywhere, whether it's a deflection, whether it's, you know, a moment of magic, the first goal is key. Once they get it, I truly believe things will turn for the RAF Tempest, but it's a big if at this point in time because I must say, No Boost Just Vibes look really, really comfortable.
Certainly so, and I'm just having a brief look just at the other matches around the scene as well. We'll update that shortly here, and at this point here, you wouldn't blame No Boost Just Vibes to be having one eye on the semi-final stage already. They are, as you rightly pointed out, 3 match points in this scenario that works effortlessly to get to the stages. That ball is hovering once again around the Tempest, and this is the problem that you have sort of psychologically in the game of it. Do you essentially put all 3 up front here and trying to get a goal and scrap for it? Not necessarily the worst of ideas here, since they couldn't get there, as Subi tries to go for a flip reset and unfortunately unsuccessful this time as Kobe to the back line, and Samus cuts it smartly, double given. Should be a potential long clear up to get their act together here.
Subi. Oh, it's a lovely fake by Lenzo. It ends up in a shot by Ritzy. The Sames doing enough there to flick the ball away from danger, and Sames flying it again. Couldn't quite make contact with it, but this is better from the Tempest. They're now having sustained pressure inside this No Boost half. Kobe centers, Sames there, Leon No beats him to it, and it's a classic Rocket League sucker punch. If you overcommit in attack, you can get caught out like that, and you feel, some will feel at least, that the RAF Tempest have to go for it. They have to take a few more risks. It's exactly what they did there, but they were made to pay a severe cost, Danny, as No Boost Just Vibes take a 1-0 lead.
Kobe straight from the kick-off. And let's not forget here, the RAF outright put 3 teams into the quarterfinal stage, only 1 drop through their main 4-line rosters. They potentially could be on the verge here of seeing 1 on stream being knocked out here. It would be tragedy if the other 2 follow suit as well here. Maybe unfortunately foreshadowing a few things as No Boost Just Vibes continue to play the same way here, attacking that one, posting out, and Kobe, long ball down, Samus is there for their first goal of the series, infield pass, and rattles up the bar here. That's the closest they've been in some time.
Oh, it's so unfortunate for the RAF Tempest. Again, it was good play by Kobe and Sam to free up the shot for Subi, and the resultant effort just crawled over the crossbar. And now here we go again, Subi knocks onto the backboard. There's an awkward clearance by Lenzo. Leon has to rise high to meet it. He does, and Lenzo able to complete the clearance. Kobe facing his own backboard. Good touch to just delay the attack there. Now Kobe again with that first touch. We'll leave it here for Sames. Sames rises high. Good 50 alongside Lenzo. Subi, chance to shoot. Good save by Leon, and Ritzy will complete the clearance. Or does he? It is going to be Kobe. He finds the back of the net, and up from absolutely nowhere, the RAF Tempest find the way back in and score their first goal all night. And it's just what they needed.
The game still left. What was at this very peculiar stage, what seemed an irregularity, improbable in terms of delivery, now maybe just etch the doubt of perhaps goal number 2. And if you're feeling wild and free and loose here, that you might suggest possibly a Tempest win here. That's what Colby has just hopefully sparked and inspired as Subi backflips on it. Quick challenge by Samus, not being allowed to concede so early.
Sames pressing that No Boost Just Vibes defense. Kobe. Oh, it's a bit of a whiff, and Ritzy has the chance, but Ritzy just wide of the mark. And is that a sign of some kind of pressure being felt by this No Boost Just Vibes side, who have been excellent all night so far? Is this the moment that they have a bit of pressure to contend with? And Subi with a No Boost vital save. I'm not sure how he found the boost to get to that, but this is more danger. It's Lenzo there at the back post, re-centers, shot from Ritzy, and Subi clears.
Just when you need that final goal, that final win to get over the line. A little bit of nerves perhaps here, side that's not normally on stream as well here. Perhaps and maybe it still is trying to suggest there. They're feeling at Tempest, however. They've been built in situations they're used to going to Game 5 in distances in larger competitions, like with the RLCS. But mind you, Kobe looking to maybe just perhaps get another goal here. But again, I don't want to sound so pessimistic. Another goal, maybe, perhaps here. But the way they're attacking the ball here, they're just lacking that little bit of confidence still. They have to commit fully or not at all.
It's going more the direction of full commitment here for the Tempest. It's so much better. It's a wonderfully improved game number 3, and it's come at just the right time. Samez looking for Kobe, and Subi has to scamper back here. Limited boost. You saw him there twitch towards that back boost. He almost went for it. Thought better of it. And now Ritzy. Shot on goal, deflected away by Samez. Into the final 15 seconds to play now. We're on the offensive third for no boost, just 5s. They're putting pressure on. Kobe limited boost. Has to go backboard here. Manages the clearance. Subi rises high. Lenzo centers. Ritzy flies, drops it down. Who's going to be there? It is Kobe, manages to clear. And will we have our first overtime? Potentially, it's Subi flicking it to the right hand side. It does drop onto the ground. And Danny, take us in.
Certainly so. Day 1 of the Pro League itself here. The Tempest was an OT and they won it. But no boost, just vibes. Don't care of former history makers. They are in themselves making it them too. A 3-0 sweep, and Gio Watt still deserve it winners here at the quarterfinal stage for them.
Absolutely. I mean, they were electric since that first goal went in game 1. Up to that point, I thought it was a pretty even affair. But as soon as the first goal went in that game 1, Danny, we cannot argue with the fact that they were absolutely flawless in offence. Every chance they had, bar maybe 1 or 2, was converted, and that was the difference between the two sides. 1 goal scored for the RAF Tempest in that whole series. That is where I think they let themselves down a little bit, because otherwise their defence, I think, was enough if their offence could have matched it. But at the end of the day, you've got to put the ball in the back of the net, Danny, and that's exactly what No Boost Just 5s did.
It's simple as that. I mean, it doesn't matter whether you're new to the game or vastly experienced. Like any sort of competition, you've got 1 goal, you've got to achieve it. They've done it better than the Tempest did. Now, the problem, and this is not taking anything away from the 4 saves that's just won here, but if seen there's anything, they may potentially get knocked out at the semi-final stage, but luckily for them, they're guaranteed to be on stream twice tonight here, whether that's a 3rd place playoff or potentially the grand final and win it all.
So what we shall do when you next see us on stream in probably 5-10 minutes time is we are going to do a quick breakdown for you of the games that happened off stream. We'll keep you updated and see who made the semi-final, and then we'll go into our first semi-final of the day. It's going to be good. A few more games to go for you today, and yeah, you won't want to miss it. So get comfortable, get some snacks together, get yourself ready to watch some amazingly entertaining Rocket League gameplay with myself and Danny, and we'll catch you all in about 5-10.
Introducing BFBS Pro League, the only tri-service esports league for the armed forces. Featuring Rocket League. The league is open to the whole armed forces community, including their families, civilian staff, and cadets. Compete against players of all abilities and play to win a share of the £15,000 prize pool. Sign up now to BFBS Pro League. See you in the arena. Gamers, get ready. Introducing BFBS Pro League, the only tri-service esports league for the armed forces, featuring Rocket League. Compete against players of all abilities and play to win a share of the £15,000 prize pool. BFBS Pro League includes incredible prizes for the top 100 players, best goals and the MVP, as well as giveaways of the latest consoles, gaming equipment and your chance to bag first place with a prize of £4,000 at our grand finale. Whether you're a casual player or a seasoned pro, the league is open to the whole armed forces community, including their families, civilian staff and cadets. BFBS Pro League qualifiers kicks off in June. If you can play, you can compete. This is esports for everyone, everywhere. This is esports for the armed forces. Sign up now to BFBS Pro League. See you in the arena. Introducing BFBS Pro League, the only tri-service esports league for the armed forces, featuring Rocket League. The league is open to the whole armed forces community, including their families, civilian staff and cadets. Compete against players of all abilities and play to win a share of the £15,000 prize pool. Sign up now to BFBS Pro League. See you in the arena. Gamers, get ready. Introducing BFBS Pro League, the only tri-service esports league for the armed forces, featuring Rocket League. Compete against players of all abilities and play to win a share of the £15,000 prize pool. BFBS Pro League includes incredible prizes for the top 100 players, best goals and the MVP, as well as giveaways of the latest consoles, gaming equipment and your chance to bag first place with a prize of £4,000 at our grand finale. Whether you're a casual player or a seasoned pro, the league is open to the whole armed forces community, including their families, civilian staff and cadets. BFBS Pro League qualifiers kicks off in June. If you can play, you can compete. This is esports for everyone, everywhere. This is esports for the armed forces. Sign up now to BFBS Pro League. See you in the arena. Introducing BFBS Pro League, the only tri-service esports league for the Armed Forces. Featuring Rocket League. The league is open to the whole Armed Forces community, including their families, civilian staff and cadets. Compete against players of all abilities and play to win a share of the £15,000 prize pool. Sign up now to BFBS Pro League. See you in the arena. Gamers, get ready. Introducing BFBS Pro League, the only tri-service esports league for the Armed Forces. Featuring Rocket League. Compete against players of all abilities and play to win a share of the £15,000 prize pool. BFBS Pro League includes incredible prizes for the top 100 players, best goals and the MVP, as well as giveaways of the latest consoles, gaming equipment and your chance to bag first place with a prize of £4,000 at our grand finale. Whether you're a casual player or a seasoned pro, the league is open to the whole Armed Forces community, including their families, civilian staff and cadets. BFBS Pro League qualifiers kicks off in June. If you can play, you can compete. This is esports for everyone, everywhere. This is esports for the Armed Forces. Sign up now to BFBS Pro League. See you in the arena.
Welcome back, everybody, to the BFBS Pro League. Day 2, top 8. We've already lost 4 of those, Danny. And, well, that first quarterfinal stage that we witnessed live on stream was a very entertaining affair. I'm sure you will agree.
Certainly so. It was interesting, but if you're from the RAF side, not however pleasant to witness what would potentially be a threat to the competition in terms of winning it outright. That's how good No Boosters vibes were that you've just witnessed in the quarter-final stage. But still, we do have 4 teams still remaining, as I've just mentioned, one of them. I think it'd be only fair to mention the upper semi-final to introduce 2 more, shall we say, contenders to the throne.
Yes, so it is going to be the Team NIA against Team Falcons. Now, the Falcons consist of 3 Army players, very good players, very competitive players in the inter-service Rocket League scene. I know for a fact they'll be buzzing at the prospect of a final here, which is on the line. Again, another best of 5, Danny. And again, they're going to the 10th seed in Team NIA. So, yes, heavy favourites, but you can be sure they won't be counting them out, because that, Danny, will be a grave mistake.
Any team at this sort of stage here, suggesting that there are going to be the outright winners would be mere foolish. I'm not going to start here and quote old literature from the English back from the 1800s. I don't want to bore people to sleep. However, there will be a few feisty words, however, potentially coming from the next sort of semi-final to some degree here, because there's a bit of a contest going on there. But We've seen, shall we say, two of these sides before, but will it be the rise of a falcon, or will it be the embers of, shall I say, a phoenix here?
It's time to find out. It's Ammonia against Falcons. Blue is Ammonia, the orange are in their... Sorry, the Falcons are in their orange strip as Wormsley gets a demo nice and early. Wormsley pressured by Crim and flicks forward nicely. Gids with a clear. Niceys goes up, but Wormsley is just far too quick, and that's an awkward looking touch from EO4, but he does get the job done.
Looks like that ball being sent around here. Honsley wants to get down here. Very much an even match here, much more pace here compared to the quarter-final. What a save off the line there. You can almost hear a pin drop in between it. Once again, Crim just, well, nearly to the word itself, crimp that one away here. The metal was certainly finding the ripples through the sheet. Here's A4. Well, E4 should say. If it was A4 here, it'll be almost Ormagami at that stage here. Well, 4, it's not 7 stages away here before having a very much a strengthy bit of defence too.
That was almightily close there for the Falcons. But Ammonia managing to survive. That's Crim getting pressured on his own goal mouth there. Wormsley not allowing the Ammonia team to get out of their half whatsoever. And they managed to escape it for just a couple of seconds, and Gids leads the army right back onto the attack, and there goes Onza. Great shot into the right side corner of the net, but it was saved. Onza with a follow-up, and just wide of the mark. The pressure really rising now for the Falcons.
Gids one particular play away, and unfortunately that is the slogan of the Falcons, one they would like to shed, one play away, and Crims doesn't need one more. He does it the first time of asking.
Really nice finish there. Narrow angle for EO4 to divert the ball back onto net. He does just that. And Crim sneaking in a nice early goal here. 3 minutes on the clock, plenty of time for a response. But EO4 cannot to get there. No, he can't. And it's double trouble here for the army.
Blink and you may just miss it. That was lightning quick right off the kickoff, and E4 might want to change his name to EO1. 1 second goal.
Absolutely superb there from Ammonia, and the army looking for some kind of a response. Onza puts the ball on that backboard. It's a lovely redirect off the backboard there by Onza. Clinical finishing, and the army have a route back in.
Just when you thought you might have been guilty watching the quarter-final and presume when a goal goes in the second, then you just may think 3, 4 and 5 might follow without response. The Falcons, however, aren't rolling away from it. They've been a thorn in the RAF history. They're trying to be one against Amelia there, but Crim will just be getting his 50 away here. Another one by Onset, drops down to the kids here, and you know what, their passing play history in day one was top notch. They somehow have found another level to it.
Crim, away he goes, it is another open net. Can he convert? Yes, he can. 3 goals for Ammonia, 2 goals, I believe it is, for Crim. Yes, it's 2, a nice brace for him. And they restore that very, very narrow 1-goal lead to a much more comfortable 2.
Comfortable still. Comfortable at 2.
Well, it's certainly a bit more comfortable, surely, than a 1-goal lead, right?
Well, fragile at 1, tenuous at 2, but might be potentially 3 there.
It easily could have been, but it's good defending by the Falcon side. Onza loops that one dangerously, but EO4 was there. Wormsley keeps the pressure alive. Crim now. Bit of defensive work for him to do. Nicely done by Crim. Drops it downfield on top of the car of Wormsley, whose first touch there is quite brilliant. Just slows it down for the army, but up goes EO4. Crim just waits and just takes his time. Good composure there by Crim. Bronzo with a nice defensive block, and Gids away he comes. Can he find a teammate? No, he can't. Niziz is there. Onza away, but it's centered. Dangerous here for the Falcons. Crim drops it onto the right hand side ball. Onza there, nice and high and early finds the car of Wormsley, finds a shot on goal, and an excellent save by EO4 keeps that secure 2-goal lead alive.
There, the ball sent straight back, and should have been to Gids, who was waiting onto the backboard. But at this point in time here, the Falcons cannot spend too much time squabbling on what they want to do. They've got to do it. As on one touch moves away here, tries to get it. Really? Trying to fake E4 of that one. 2 go to the advantage, they can throw themselves the ball and still not be punished. The Falcons have got to show another trick to their sleeve here.
Krim drops that one down. Wormsley there takes his time into the final 40 seconds of play. A nice flick by Wormsley causes issues for Nicees, who does well, and an excellent double save, triple save by Nicees, off the crossbar and down. The ball still not out of danger, off the crossbar again, and EO4 able to find a substantial clearance. Omonia in all kinds of trouble there, but they resisted the Army pressure. And 20 seconds on the clock now, Danny. Take us through to the end as Omonia look to secure the win.
Gids with one shot, Crim's there. Wormsley with one particular play, and that one set off the annoying little ding, being a reminder to the back of the forward here. That must be oh so easy for Nice. That's goal number 4. Game 1 secure, and the Falcons have got to get something else going.
6 seconds to play. That will be game 1 done and dusted. Who would have thought it? The number 10 seeds taking the fight to the number 3 seeds, the Army Esports Falcons. And game 1 goes their way, but I am sure, knowing these Army players very, very well, it will awaken the beast in them as Onza puts it into his own net, and that is a nice representation of just how game 1 has gone. He might have also been doing that for part of the show, who knows, as the clock obviously hit 0 there. But the Army really, Danny, really have it all to do.
Well, they certainly do. 5-1 doesn't really tell the whole story. I did mention on the quarterfinals, this one was back and forth for 4 minutes. We did see the response a bit of even game here, but the touch onto your line here in terms of the seeds, the number 1 seed's been knocked out. They're gone. You know, the fact that the number 4 seed have just crept their way to what seems to be a comfortable semi-final here. The rest of the competition here is showing that, you know, a state's a number. It's nothing. But what they do have is the Falcons number in game 1. They might, however, suggest that 2 and 3 would follow in similar foot, but this is the semi-final stage. It's never so easy. Oh, how much the easy would love that to be true.
Oh, I do love your analogies sometimes, Danny. They are really, really good. As Onza kicks us off here for game number 2, and the Falcons really need a nice early settling goal here. They got it last time out, but it was quickly wiped away by this talented Omonia side. Wormsley across the face of his own goal. Onza with a nice first touch, takes it into the air. A nice second and third touch over one defender, but Nicees is able to bring it away. Now 1 versus 1, tries to square up Wormsley, who defended quite brilliantly there, and Gids unable to find any real emphasis on that clearance, and EO4 rises high, drops it down. It's so awkward here for the Army to deal with, but Gids gets it away. And another dangerous, another searching start here in game number 2 for Team Omonia.
Pleased just for the opening goal. For the Falcons, it's just not 1 goal onto the scoreboard. It's the Elker Seltzer, it's to settle the nerves down when you've just been scored upon on heavy numbers by 5-1. You need the opening goal. It's the statement, it's contentment of their opposition. What they can get back to them is easy. Will have 1 ball struck right to the corner there, and will continue. It will land perfectly to EO4, trying to bait out essentially the Falcon defense. That hasn't happened, and we saw 60 seconds gone, no goal. Another 30 seconds gone. How many more seconds until we'll see the first one respawn in?
Time will tell as the Falcons go searching. EO4 flicks it past 2 Army players. Krim challenges Onza. It's a good 50-50. Wormsley away. Nicees rises high. Nice first touch. Gets a nice adjustment on the second touch as well. Good defending by Nicees, but Onza, the experience, the flair, the solidity behind this Falcon side all goes through him, and Gids and Wormsley are really fine teammates in the sense that they know how to amplify each other's strengths, but that's a bit of an awkward pass that Crims will chase onto the car of Onza. Onza does so well though, and flicks the ball past 2. Beats a 3rd as well. This is danger here, but Crim able to come across and deal with it. Wormsley with a shot, EO4 away, and the deadlock still not broken.
This is what we want from a neutral's point of view. Teams having a go, defense holding, but eventually you will have to see a crack in the armor. Falcons not showing it just yet here. Maybe the chink of the chainmail here back in the Renaissance in the medieval times will be showing here, and perhaps we may have the Bronze Age that was opening up here, and unfortunately statued like were the Falcons, not able to get the proper movement onto the ball. 3 minutes gone, 2 still ticking on. We could have OT and goalless too.
Crim on his own backboard there. EO4 doing enough just to remove the pressure. That's a nice looking 50, and Wormsley's got to scamper back here. Niziz puts the shot on goal, and Gids with a vital save. Could that be the save that stops this ammonia pressure and allows the Army just to find a goal from somewhere to settle things here? EO4 rises. Can he find Niziz? Niziz goes for an aerial bump on Wormsley, who gets there with enough time, but Onza's clearance only falls as far as Crim, and Crim's shot is just a bit too weak to trouble this Army defense, and EO4's touch goes out to the left-hand side.
There's Gids waiting patiently, needs to get back. Onza's there. EO4 back straight down. We normally would have referred to this as old sort of boomer ball sort of type play, where it just hit it and get as much distance on as possible. Well, if you're more to the Irish way of playing here, we'll call this the Hail Marys. Keep punting and get it far here. Old school in fashion, nothing wrong with that here. Really is certainly testing each other here, but the gap is open up, shots wide, and that should have been Falcons 1-0.
That had to go in. That had to go in as far as the Falcons are concerned. That was the golden opportunity, and it just sailed wide of the mark, and you can see limited boost on all the cars here of Team Ammonia, but they've resisted the pressure and even still looking to go on the front foot here with limited boost. And it's Niziz that time. Lovely first touch. Has enough boost to go underneath the car of Wormsley. Squares up against Onza, but Onza maintains his cool. Crim onto the backboard. Nice reset. Fakes it for EO4. And EO4 finds the opening goal with 9 seconds on the clock. What an amazing team effort from them. I would say they've edged it on chances alone, and they get their reward. They get their goal. And it's over to Falcons to respond with only 8 seconds of play left.
Just when you thought potentially OT was etched all over, Gids went for a bump, and Crim, well, there may be a last second bit of heroics. The woodwork separates it. Gids to the backboard. Will it be a shot? It's on target. We have seen a fall in game 2. EO4 may have thought his team won it. It's not over yet.
And that is the cruel maiden that is Rocket League. And surely now momentum goes in favour of Falcons with a dramatic last second equaliser. But oh my god, it's a really good goal. It's a nice fake by EO4. Can they convert? Yes, they can. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Rocket League.
Falcons thought that they lost it. Cruelly that this game suggested they may had a chance at it. But that was merely just an illusion. It was always going to be EO4. It always is him. They're going to have nightmares, surely, if they get swept at this stage here. And you know what the frustrating bit is? They're going to have to play a third place match. I wouldn't be in the mood to play it if they just got fake like that. But however, still, it's not over yet.
Massive shout out, by the way, to everybody tuning in and watching in the chat. I love the electricity that's going on in there. So much reaction to that last game from both sides of the camp, and it's 2 games to love now for this Ammonia side. They're within touching distance. They've got those all-important 3 match points. The Storm Shadows surely await them, the winners of this game, in the grand final, I believe. There's still that second semi-final to play, of course, which will bring you at some point an update from. Unless the Falcons can find something here. That's a nice touch by Gids, and a great early start to game number 3 for them. And Danny Boy, I think that's a vital moment in the series for the Falcons. They've got something in the way of a lead now. They can defend it, they could expand on it. The choice is theirs.
Well, that's what they should have done in game 2. Righting a few wrongs in the third one. There has been a few disgusting plays here, but to be honest with you, still, the only thing I'm irritated by was the 2-love comment by yourself. There's no love in this match. It's all about the victory here.
Yeah, there is certainly going to be no love lost between these two sides after that last game in overtime ended in a kickoff goal. But you can see Gids and the Falcons revitalized now. They've got that goal. They've doubled on their lead as well. They're looking fresh now. They've recovered mentally. They've reset. And they're back into it. And it's now on to Omonia to see how they deal with being 2 goals behind. To see how they deal with adversity. Which is a major part here of coming through this best of 5. That's a nice pinch though by EO4. But Walmsley able to at least attempt to bring it away.
Easy there, North shot to the backward. That will just move things around. But has Paradise been ruined? That's going to be that sort of mental sort of fortitude that you want to have here in these type of moments, even though you're 2-0 up in the series. So it'll be interesting to see what happens. A quick shot. And Wormsley there getting the save, easy to challenge it, and it's a lot more loose, shall we say. The blue side outright just trying to pin it down here, but you've got to find a teammate on this one here. When you buckle, it's how you respond.
Suddenly there seems to have been some kind of a shift, and Omonia have found their attacking prowess again, but more good defending by the Falcons just sees the pressure come to nothing essentially, and the 2-0 lead remains. It's Gids here with a nice 50. Wave dash, keeps his momentum onto the boost pad. Nothing's there, but he manages to get some kind of a boost, enough to get a shot on goal from that tight angle, but it didn't work out. And there goes Niziz into Krim, but a good save by Onza. EO4 rises, the 54's the way of Team Omonia, but Wormsley with such limited boost scampers across, saves a seemingly certain goal, and EO4 at the other end, a counter punch, but it wasn't to be. The third goal denied for the Falcons.
You just denied. The word doesn't exist for the Falcons. It's accept, and accept Onza with the mighty Gids rumbling into the box here. It's not a jungle, it's Gids' front porch.
Niziz and Onza will bring us in now to the final 240 of game number 3, and we have a blockbuster series on our hands. Ladies and gentlemen, this looks like it's going into a game 4. Will we have our first game 5 of the evening? And that's another shot by Onza. It's into the roof of the net, and 4-0 now. That's an absolutely commanding lead and should make all but sure of game 3, but only time will tell.
I have to agree with you. It has all the elements suggesting a one-way traffic. And we will be looking at that and suggesting the fact that this game may be done and dusted, but you've just got in this sort of scenario. It's not trying to get 4 goals at the back here, it's just to chip away to them. And somewhat saying the Falcons, you know what, 1 or 2 goals, we haven't gone away. We can sharpen up our defence for the next game and make you, shall we say, squirm and struggle if you want to bring us at least a decider now.
Gids the way to the right hand side, inside this Omonia defensive third. They've been a little bit more hectic this last couple of minutes now. Now the Falcons have been putting pressure on their net with these 4 goals, and you feel for the sake of Omonia they've got to find a response in some capacity before this game ends. Even if it does end in against the result that they would have won, they still need a goal at least, I think, to restore parity in some kind of form for them. But instead it's Gids gets a fake, gets revenge for the fake in game number 1. And it's 5 now for the Falcons, who've looked extremely dominant here in game number 3.
Is it wrong to ask for an autograph?
Maybe?
Well, I don't care. I want one from Gids. That was a proper crunch through 2 men of a defensive wall. What more does that man want to do to score? They were already 4-0 up. They didn't need goal 5. It's just greed. We're seeing the 7 sins just in one semi-final here.
It has been very entertaining, I must say. and made more by the fact that we are heading to a game 4 without question now. That's gone beyond all doubt. I know Rocket League is a crazy game, and I know the players on this pitch are of a very good standard, but that will be, no it won't, it isn't number 6, but I do think this is an impossible task in this game now for Omonia. They need to use this next minute to stabilize in as much of a capacity as they possibly can, but the Falcons just rifling shot after shot after shot onto their net. Gids makes it 6. Pure domination for the Esports Falcons.
Sorry, can production please turn their phone off? Ding, ding, ding. Yes, we got notifications. Sorry. It's just the Falcons. They're just making sure that everybody's put their phone on airplane mode. They want the attention on themselves here. Why wouldn't they still? 6-0 after going 2-0 down in the series? Ridiculous. Scandalous to some extent here. Where was this game 1 and 2?
Only God knows. But they've pulled it out the bag. They've pulled it out. They've got to maintain now. Again, these 30 seconds critical for the mental state of Team Omonia. They've got to make sure they don't concede anymore. They've got to find a tiny bit of forward momentum if they're going to stand any chance of winning, of converting their second or third match point. But for the Falcons, a dramatically improved performance sees them 2-1 on the board now in the series, and it really is turned into a tantalizingly close affair. Danny boy, which way is it going to go? Good luck.
You know, Joe, what? I'm going to be bold here still. I really am. I'm going to say the Falcons are going to do it. I'm doing it this early. I normally don't.
Reverse sweep.
I think it's on. How do you not? And this is not me riding the sort of the hype train, as you know, the youth would say these days. And if you are tuning in, yeah, maybe put all in what you think, because you know what here, you know, I mean, out there, yes, they had pressure. Yes, they had all the advantage, but how do you falter? And maybe that's the sort of the bigger question is, Falcons have been on stream so often of recent times here, and they've provided massive upsets. Romania hasn't been here before. They've got to do something that they haven't done yet before, and that's the upset, essentially the apple cart here. They've got to make a few people unhappy here, and you know what? You have to not be a nice guy every so often. You have to be the mean villain, and I don't think it's in them, man.
Yeah, these kinds of scenarios make or break you as a player. You have 3 match points to work with. The team that you've just beaten comfortably inside 2 games suddenly has made a resurgent comeback, and Onza steaming in then, paying no respect to the defensive players of Omonia, and he almost got his reward. You can see limited boost. They're being starved almost perfectly here by this Army Esports Falcons side, but they didn't get the goal that they needed there, and at least for now, early on here in game 4, Omonia survive.
Potential play here, easy, just not getting the right touch to essentially break it right through, and they themselves here, their defense, to be fair, has sort of sharpened up here. The problem is they're essentially putting 2 men up front all the time and not letting a cleaner rotation, but maybe that's how they fancy in terms of seeing the game out against the Falcons. Of course, time will be the teller here as Dom straight down in EO4 with the challenge here. Both sides are back to the way we've seen them. They are steadying the ship here, and that is just perfect, but even the save was better.
What a save by Onza! That was absolutely phenomenal. I thought for the life of me that was going to be buried into the roof of the net, but he climbed directly underneath his crossbar and somehow clawed it out when it was a certain goal. But yes, Danny, I certainly agree with you in the conclusion that both of these 2 teams are playing at their potential, and we're seeing a similar game to games 1 and 2 where they were close and there was so much good Rocket League, and this honestly has turned into one of the series of the tournament so far. What can Quinn do to lead his team again? Can he find the goals that he found in games 1 and 2? They were so crucial, they were timed so well. But will Onza lead the Army to victory?
Yep, fair thought here, and if you are sitting at home or at work or where you may be, there is a second semi-final coming on after this one. Joe, I think they might be a little bit nervous, so going, it's only the Falcons, and I mean, who's ever heard of them? They're not relevant enough. This is a statement of a semi-final, and sadly one of them will eventually lose, and how and will they eventually crumble. That's of course going to be the interesting, but that's a perfect setup. That's exquisite. That was a charm and a half.
Absolutely phenomenal finish there by Wormsley from an exceptionally tight angle. He read the pass from Gids. Gids put the ball exactly where it needed to go, and what a finish. Superb. And the Army have their noses in front in a game that could have gone either way so far. A quite brilliant goal breaks the deadlock.
Just when you need a little bit of wonder, and Gids may have just happened. The door has been opened. It's the Falcons' time to reign goal number 2 for the second time.
Superb from Onza again, the man who clawed the ball out from his underneath his own crossbar from a seemingly impossible angle to save. Taps it home for 2, and you can see the effect that first goal has had on Team Ammonia. They're feeling the pressure. They've succumbed in the game number 3. Is their second match point about to go to waste here? And now the Army about to send us into our first ever game 5 in the BFBS Pro League? Or is there some kind of a comeback? It's Nizees. A bump on the back line. It's 2-1, and their route back into it has been confirmed.
And Gids will not want to watch the replay either. Under the 2 minutes for the journey of the grand final will require that second goal, but it will not be easy. Surely it shouldn't be. Second touch past, of course, the eventual goal scorer, who is chasing that game. E4, mind you, upfield. His play is done. Gids the back line, and that's a loose one. And Krim will be at least chuckling to himself. He could at least had a passing option there.
Nizees got to get this clear. We're approaching the final third of the game. EO4 beaten to it there by Wormsley. This is a horrible bounce. Onza gets there. 3-1. And in my opinion, Danny, and in my opinion alone, that should be game and set. Not quite match for the Army, not quite match for Team Ammonia, but as Krim slips onto the post there, falls over, and leaves the goal wide open for Onza, surely that's going to be 2-2. Surely that's going to be game 5. Unless, of course, Danny, unless there is one more sting in the tail here.
Unless, perhaps, maybe, and unfortunately, somebody might need a small trip to the local iVision testing centre. That one was creeping on wide. What is, however, the shame is, you're just sort of alluding to the fact, and we also sense it, at least the ones with the most experience with this game, that game number 5. You talked about it, a decider. It deserves to go there.
It does indeed. It's been that kind of series. It's been excellent from minute 1. Both these two sides giving absolutely everything. The Falcons, you cannot say they haven't deserved to find their way back into this game. Since going 2-0 down, they've been dominant. They really have. They're full value for their 4-1 lead. They were full value for the 6-0 in game number 3. And we are set for a blockbuster finale here to semi-final number 1. And I am looking so forward to it.
I don't want to throw a bit of shade here, but the Falcons took an awfully long time to warm up to the series. Either the RAF Shadows were a breeze in comparison, or took a lot of them out mentally. The fact that it went 3-1 suggests it's the latter there. Just shows you that the Falcons, they're almost like an engine. They need it warming up here.
It won't do. It just won't do. It just won't do in this kind of environment. You've got to come into it hot. However, you can see quite clearly on your screens, they've managed to bail themselves out of a really dangerous situation that they found themselves in. 3 match points. They've rescued 2. And now for the first time in the series, Danny, they have a match point, to themselves to try and convert and book themselves a place in the final. The momentum, Danny, is going to be with the Falcons, and it's Ammonia's task now to try and stem that momentum, and the first goal, Danny, is going to be absolutely vital in this next game.
Well, we've seen it twice. The fact that when Falcons get it, Armenia has not been able to really respond, and by that I mean not just the 1 goal of the 2 attempts. Back at evens, that's what you have to do. If Armenia gets it, we may even have a photo finish, essentially, because we know the Falcons can get that back. But mind you, the game 1 and 2, they couldn't do it. But after 9 seconds, the Falcons up by 1. Oh, come on, still, it's not going to end like this.
A massive, massive goal for Unza and the Army Falcons. They needed that first goal, and now the impetus is all on Omonia. They've got to find an equaliser quickly, or risk this game running away from them. And it almost ran away from Wormsley there at the back, but Unza bails him out. Nice secondary touch there by Krim. Couldn't make it past Wormsley, and EO4 attempts to clear. Unza's shot is a good one. Niazi's blocks. Dangerous times here for Omonia. The next goal has to go their way, or I do think it's the Army series.
This is the moment where the expression boys versus men, you really get to see who really is, and Wormsley getting that vital demo to stop the eventual tide that was brewing there. Neasy will drop back, Krim will be likewise too, and Neasy's actually the one going for it. Krim's up there, Onso will get a block at least. That's all that the Falcons have to do. Get one player up, get the ball away, and reset for the next 4 minutes worth of gameplay.
Krim loops it high, Gids rises, knocks it high again. EO4 plays it away to the left hand side. Onza, good first touch, beats 2 players there, squares up Krim for a shot. Can Wormsley put it home? It was a fantastic effort on goal, off target, Onza off the post, and it somehow stays out. Another goalmouth scramble. This time it's Omonia who get away with it, and they're riding their luck a little bit there. And EO4 has a chance, shot on net, Gids scrambles, can EO4 put it onto there off the crossbar? Is Krim there? No, he's not. And the pressure, at least for now, subsides.
With one touch there, back into Gids is awkward, but Demo against, of course, they've got the ball through E4, one touch here, straight down into the box itself here, Nice drops back. The rotation's got to be stellar by both sides. They know that, we know that. It's just a question on getting the standard and the expectation into action here, as Wormsley straight down with a double touch potential, rattles away from him, and that one by Gids. We've seen goal line scrambles. A force field perhaps by Omonia has decided to release here, but the Falcons are like a magnet to this. They will not relent, will not release, and they will not surrender the attack either.
Relentless here from both sides. Another shot, another effort onto the post. It's the Falcons searching desperately for the second. They know the second goal wraps things up here, will be done and dusted surely, but they can't seem to find it. Omonia, the defense is superb. They're defending like their lives depend on it now, and it really does. There's no more margin for error. They've lost 3 match points, but this is their third and final one. It's now or never for them. They've got to find the equaliser. It's Krim with a shot at goal. It's wide of the mark, and the Army lead still is intact.
Question was, how's your bottle? It might become, where's your bottle? They don't want to be knocked out, not in this fashion. They want to at least keep their heads held high here. Omonia, they're 1-0 down. They've been having that 2-0 series lead for some time. It's eroded and disappearing. The chances are fleeting. Backboard read for the Falcons here, doubles on, the double is on, it's Onza's party time!
That surely now is game, set and match done. It's been nothing but blanks in offence from Omonia all night long in this last game. That double there from Onza is surely going to mean that they book their place in the final. Really nicely done from him, unless of course there is an equaliser for EO4. Not quite an equaliser of course, but the lead is halved. And they're back in it. Another kick-off goal. Could that be the signal, the flair that they needed to get back into this game, to get back into the series? Because it is still the Falcons to lose. The destiny is in their hands. 1:23 to play. It's anybody's game. After I just said that it was over, I've been proven wrong.
Do not blow the whistle just yet, ref. A bit of time still left on that clock, and they will be making the most of it. Falcons is be rushing to the sideline for the fourth official and telling them surely that's it. Both sides are looking at the clock and their chances respectively. So A4 up from the pass, and you said it was over. It's far from over.
What an insane finish. Krim and EO4 linking up. Look at the angle on that shot. Watched it beautifully throughout its flight in the air. And I've gone from being absolutely certain that it was a Falcons win to 2-2 with just under a minute to play of normal time. Onza here looking quite awkward. Nizi's with a shot, but Onza's defending is enough. And a double demo in danger for Omnia if they can get out the pit, but Gids and Wormsley do enough to divert the pressure away.
E4, he's been a hero a few times, easy likewise, and there is the Falcons once again knocking up the castle. We've already seen the brickwork turn to near enough silicon and sand. Onza straight back round here and Gids. The Falcons are trying to process the passing play and almost be robotic. That's almost cold and calculate straight down. 10 seconds. The problem is with robotics, it doesn't have a heart. These 6 will be certainly feeling the heart rate pounding out of their chest wall as OT is where we're heading.
Unless there's one final sting in the tail, Nice drops it down, and we are into overtime. For those not familiar, I don't know where you've been, but it's do or die time for both of these two teams. Next goal wins the series. Next goal books their place in the final. This is where you need your heroes. EO4 looking awkward with limited boost. Nice misses. Oh, it's a good shot from Gids. Onza's up, drops it down. Is there a deadly touch at the end for the Falcons? Not that time.
Melia once again using whatever they can, whether it's by prayer or skill, to get that one away. They have done it, but Wormsley's down for the double side with the corner misjudged, and Gids has completed the reverse sweep. They were 0-2 down. They had numbers against them that was almost telephone numbers. Well, they decided to have a turn of their own. They are at the grand final with a 3-2 victory overall.
Heartbreak if you are Omnia, but for Falcons, they must be absolutely buzzing. That one started in disastrous fashion for them, but oh my god, they fought back. They showed their true character as players, as a team, and in the end, it's hard to argue with them being the deserved winners of that series. Full credit, of course, to Omnia, who played a phenomenal best of 5. They couldn't convert 3 match points, and the Falcons progress to the grand final. And again, we will update you soon with what's going on behind the scenes and who will book their place in the final through the second semi. I think, in fact, we are going to be streaming that next. So stay tuned. But Danny, I mean, any last words on that series? That was phenomenal.
Joe, if you're tuning into it, this is the first qualifier. You know, there's already so many signing up for qualifier 2. There's plenty of action. The links probably respectively in Twitch or YouTube or wherever you're watching it. They are down below. Get involved. But these two teams is just showing you you've got some standard to reach. But unfortunately, after this break, we'll see 2 more teams trying to battle into the grand final, though.
See you momentarily.
Introducing BFBS Pro League, the only tri-service esports league for the Armed Forces. Featuring Rocket League. The league is open to the whole Armed Forces community, including their families, civilian staff, and cadets. Compete against players of all abilities and play to win a share of the £15,000 prize pool. Sign up now to BFBS Pro League. See you in the arena. Gamers, get ready. Introducing BFBS Pro League, the only tri-service esports league for the armed forces, featuring Rocket League. Compete against players of all abilities and play to win a share of the £15,000 prize pool. BFBS Pro League includes incredible prizes for the top 100 players, best goals and the MVP, as well as giveaways of the latest consoles, gaming equipment and your chance to bag first place with a prize of £4,000 at our grand finale. Whether you're a casual player or a seasoned pro, the league is open to the whole armed forces community, including their families, civilian staff and cadets. BFBS Pro League qualifiers kicks off in June. If you can play, you can compete. This is esports for everyone, everywhere. This is esports for the armed forces. Sign up now to BFBS Pro League. See you in the arena. Introducing BFBS Pro League, the only tri-service esports league for the armed forces. Featuring Rocket League. The league is open to the whole armed forces community, including their families, civilian staff and cadets. Compete against players of all abilities and play to win a share of the £15,000 prize pool. Sign up now to BFBS Pro League. See you in the arena. Gamers, get ready. Introducing BFBS Pro League, the only tri-service esports league for the armed forces, featuring Rocket League. Compete against players of all abilities and play to win a share of the £15,000 prize pool. BFBS Pro League includes incredible prizes for the top 100 players, best goals and the MVP, as well as giveaways of the latest consoles, gaming equipment and your chance to bag first place with a prize of £4,000 at our grand finale. Whether you're a casual player or a seasoned pro, the league is open to the whole armed forces community, including their families, civilian staff and cadets. BFBS Pro League qualifiers kicks off in June. If you can play, you can compete. This is esports for everyone, everywhere. This is esports for the armed forces. Sign up now to BFBS Pro League. See you in the arena. Introducing BFBS Pro League, the only tri-service esports league for the Armed Forces. Featuring Rocket League. The league is open to the whole Armed Forces community, including their families, civilian staff and cadets. Compete against players of all abilities and play to win a share of the £15,000 prize pool. Sign up now to BFBS Pro League. See you in the arena. Gamers, get ready. Introducing BFBS Pro League, the only tri-service esports league for the Armed Forces. Featuring Rocket League. Compete against players of all abilities and play to win a share of the £15,000 prize pool. BFBS Pro League includes incredible prizes for the top 100 players, best goals and the MVP, as well as giveaways of the latest consoles, gaming equipment and your chance to bag first place with a prize of £4,000 at our grand finale. Whether you're a casual player or a seasoned pro, the league is open to the whole Armed Forces community, including their families, civilian staff and cadets. BFBS Pro League qualifiers kicks off in June. If you can play, you can compete. This is esports for everyone, everywhere. This is esports for the Armed Forces. Sign up now to BFBS Pro League. See you in the arena.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the BFBS Pro League Qualifier 1 Match Day 2 Single Elimination Bracket. You are seeing the premises, the pitch and Champions Field there on your screens for semi-final number 2. For those who don't know, it is the RAF Storm Shadows, the first team for the Royal Air Force, the flagship roster for the RAF, taking on No Boost Just Vibes, who we saw on stream earlier, taking down Danny Boy, RAF Tempest, the RAF's number 2. How on earth do we even begin to even talk about this series compared to the last one, and especially with how No Boost Just Vibes did to what they did to the RAF Tempest earlier? So much could happen this series, Danny.
Well, I think it'd be fair to start. It is the sort of natural progression of any competition, like sort of the FA Cup. Eventually when you go to the sort of the latter rounds, when you have the likes of your Manchester United versus City and Liverpool, eventually the smaller teams will go away. No disrespect to the Tempest, they're a reasonable top end side, but we're now looking towards that sort of upper echelon to the elite or the championship quality contending teams. The RAF Storm Shadows are meant to be that side, but we've seen No Boost Just Vibes take towards the pitch already tonight. The second team, will it be, shall we say, 2 for 2, or will they taste what unfortunately defeat feels like?
Well, here we go then, Danny. It's it's Lion, it's Ritzy. And it's a talented and no boost, just 5 side. We saw that earlier on against the RAF Tempest, and they're taking on the best that the Royal Air Force has to offer. Pierce also going by P in that gorgeous looking Dominus design. Wonder how much use he'll be putting on that car this evening. Envy, the starlet of the Royal Air Force, one of the most talented players in all of the RAF. Still actually a Phase 2 student. Shot straight up the Royal Air Force rankings, straight into the first team. And now, here they go. It's a good shot early on by Leon, and Envy gets there just about. An early signs here for no boost, just 5s of potential success that they may enjoy throughout this series.
You know what, when you look at the RAF Storm Shadows long history at the top teams, Envy got there straight through merit, was a catalyst in the shake-up, but it is the long-standing captain himself, Cedric, getting the opening goal.
Lovely first touch onto the, well, above the crossbar. A completely intentional touch from Cedric there. Sets himself up, and an excellent, calm and composed finish in to the back of the net there. And the RAF Storm Shadows starting well.
Skipping around there. And no boost does Vibes, who had a small dander through the Garden Park of the quarter-final. Now has met an opposition that can give it pound for pound in terms of ability. Perhaps maybe just that little bit more. And Pierce, we've seen Pierce, he's near enough probably a legacy player. That's probably the best way to describe him. The original top man himself in the flagship team. Very few has lasted that long in the respected, branches. But Pierce has always been there. And you know what? That experience will pay in matches like this.
A solid player to have in any Royal Air Force team, but yes, you are right. Pierce has been a feature of the first team of the RAF for many, many a year now. And he's no stranger to the big stage. In all the events he's done, this will be one of the biggest in his career. And of course, with the Allied Forces Esports Invitational to look forward to still for the RAF Storm Shadows, they first must not overlook the opponents in front of them. That, courtesy of Lion, is a fantastically composed finish into that top right-hand side, above the car of P, who we were just mentioning. And just like that, Danny, we're all square.
Yes, maybe when a bit of serenading was going on. Just when the cruelty of the game sometimes shows here, but this is going to be no surprise. The opening semi-final just showed you the caliber and the quality these two would like to put on an entertaining show for everybody too. And Ritzy just dropping that one down to the backboard, a decent save, and Envy was respecting as well here. So the RAF Storm Shadows have essentially double committed, allowed the second goal to creep on in here. They've just got to settle the nerves a bit here.
A great finish by Lenzo. Look at the way he came off that right hand side wall, so quick, so intentful, and the shot followed suit. An excellent finish, and the Storm Shadows 2-1 down now.
That's P. Takes it. Trying to get a flip reset. That's just taken away from him. Envy's there, and Cedric's just pushed perhaps a bit too far. Will require a full reset positionally here, and Envy's just covering the angle of the net here. Needed to this time around quick, and that one was speedy. No boost. We talked about their engine warming up last time around. This one just feeling a little bit hotter under the collar.
Another good finish by Ritzy, combining with Lion again. Really nice stuff from the pair of them. And again, the lead for no boost, just 5 extends, but there's a potentially instantaneous response, courtesy of P that time. The Storm Shadows back to within 1.
I think a lot of people in the RAF side of things would be looking at sort of Cedric and Envy to be the sort of the main two to create things. And that's what they will have to do. But when your third man is able to, let's say within the numbers of about 20 to sort of 30%, clean up those sort of chances up, you're going to be competitive in most series, if not all, at the top end. And Pierce is doing his job. The other two will have to show their salt somewhat here. And Envy's not getting the secondary touch there. Cedric gets sent wide here by his. And Ritzy straight downfield here. And Pierce once again sending it away. Would prefer if he held on to the ball here, allow the other two to reset.
That was a nice cut though from P to save what would have been a certain goal there. Envy jumps underneath the ball, leaves it for P to carry on his forward momentum. Cedric, the captain of this Royal Air Force flagship side, sends the ball downfield. Ritzy, nice first touch, nice and composed. Only as far as Cedric, but Cedric will try and fake line. He does wonderfully fake there by Cedric. 3-3, and it was looking temporarily precarious for the RAF Storm Shadows, but that elite level of composure shown there by Cedric just shows you the reason why he's in the position that he is in. Experience, talent, skill, and such a level of composure that I've never seen before. What a fake and what an equalizer.
Probably also bringing a little bit up from a good friend of his, and probably a player he looks up to, almost idol-like, in terms of Pluvo, that you've been working with behind in terms of the top professional scene as well too. Cedric is going to be quite happy. Pulled that one away and got it delivered on centre stage here. Pierce unfortunately knocking out the touch. There he is now with the goal, especially the fashion that he got it into. Cedric, I don't want to say he's a confident base sort type player here, but when he is feeling it, you can certainly say there is levels to his game.
This does spell danger though. Will that find the far post? P is there with such a crucial touch. If he let that run, most certainly there would have been a no boost just Fives player waiting to tap home. But as it was, P found the touch. Oh, and Lenzo finds a random shot, bottom left, and right at the death. No boost, just Fives. Might just have stolen game number 1 with nothing but vibes. Excellence from Lenzo. Danger for the Storm Shadows.
So on the left of the screen, everybody was essentially playing on fumes. We've already seen a kick-off goal, and unfortunately, the Storm Shadows themselves from downfield have to continue this sort of marathon climb, but unfortunately they stumble upon the first barricade there. But for the opening game, the way they were down here, they get back into the game. They should be taking a lot of confidence from that style. But, and I don't want to throw that in just for the sake of it, this is 2 top sides out right here, sort of the suspected sort of semi-final coming in today, where we should have seen this sort of type of fight, shall we say. No surprises here. This is exactly what we wanted to see.
Yep, the Storm Shadows must take credit and confidence from the way they fought back into that. You know, as you say, Danny, you're spot on there. They fought back from 2 goals down, and you know they made sure they found their way back into it, forced a 3-3, and in the end, well, unlucky I think the way that last goal happened, but you got to give credit to no boost, just vibes. Great finish by Lenzo in that bottom left, and they're just 2 games away from a grand final.
Just when you say it like that, sounds easy. So I might want to tell Omnia that as well. Maybe want to check on to him. It's just easy. Win 3 more games. Not to give any spoilers away, just in case you may have just tuned in so far. But no boost, just vibes. Continuing, however, from game 1. Still putting a bit of pressure early against the RAF Storm Shadows. Once again for Pierce. Right up and down, and Cedric wasn't probably getting the read comfortably there, backs away from it, Envy over the ping, and goal number 1 still beckons to go.
Ritzy with some incredible last-ditch defending. Cedric has to scamper across, gets a nice touch, forces Lenzo into the clearance. P just drops the ball onto that dangerous crossbar area. Ritzy goes for a double, misses, will it fall to Lenzo? Good 50 by Envy, and he will carry the ball out here for the RAF Storm Shadows. Envy, nice flick. Can he fake? He can, but Ritzy manages to adjust his car, shape it up the right way, and Lion able to bring the ball away for no boost, just Fives. Envy loops it high for Cedric. Great first touch by Cedric. Ritzy limited on boost. This is danger here. It's awkward. Can P get there? Lenzo with a clearance.
Force challenge by Envy. Should be getting some kind of challenge on to it. Demo. And Pierce with a heavy first touch here will naturally bring the zone team into the defensive shape here. Envy with a strong challenge here. Allow him, shall we say, the equilibrium to be pushed into one direction here. Ritzy to send it right back here to the wall. Cedric Shoon has got a touch here, And the RAF Storm Shadows, I don't want to say that this is a fault of their gameplay, but they've given the ball too cheaply away.
That's so good from Ritzy again, combining once more with Lion. That duo is becoming so effective. And the Storm Shadows again in danger, 1-0 to this no boost, just 5 side. They've been excellent thus far. And Ritzy and Cedric will bring us into the next phase of play. P leaves that one for Envy, comes across nicely. P rises high that time, wasn't to be. Shooting opportunity again for Ritzy. Envy has got to come across, and he does. Can he find the clearance? He can, nice and high. Will force Lion into using a lot of his boost. P knocks it onto the left-hand side wall. Lion was waiting. Envy, up he goes. Can he go underneath Ritzy? Chooses to go over. Nice play from Envy. But Lenzo equal to it. And so far, no boost, just 5s have been comfortable with attack, but crucially, even more comfortable in defense.
They forced into a challenge on his goal line there. Just the way things have shaping up here. No boosters vibes seem to some extent be not comfortable with what they're trying to achieve, but they're able to improvise goal number 2 from it here, and that's a quality side here. No doubt about that, but the boost count by the RAF Storm Shadows once again heading into dangerous and alarming numbers. And do you know what, still? That's the element they've got to fix upon.
Indeed, they've got to do it fast. They haven't got too much time to adjust. There's a wonderful series of touches from Envy. Gives himself a shooting opportunity, but again, it was Lenzo that came across that time. P centers. Cedric will scamper across Ritzy with a nice shot again, and Envy was equal to it. What a save that was! And will that be the difference between a game 2 going 2-0 down or a 1-1? Envy's given the Storm Shadows half a chance, but they still got a mountain of a task ahead of them, because the truth of it is, they haven't looked like scoring, and it has been all no boost, just 5s in offense. The Storm Shadows need to pull it out from somewhere, and they need to do it fast.
Well, testing shot from distance, dealt away by no boost, and Envy straight over. And that one will unfortunately meet their opposition here. P's up, no touch really. Just scampers back into the final third of the blue side here. The only one touch. Envy, well, multiple choices here. And unfortunately, that's goal number 3. To me, this game's done. It is, shall we say, heading into the territory. Just don't lose.
It is now going to be last chance saloon for the RAF Storm Shadows. I certainly can't see a 0-3 comeback here with just how the Storm Shadows have played this game. It hasn't been their normal level. No boost, just 5s have taken full advantage of that, and they have played some clinical Rocket League. You've got to give them their dues as Envy tries to restore some kind of normality here for the Storm Shadows. Not to be that time as Ritzy got the save. And Danny, there is 1 minute on the clock now. All that separates no boost, just 5s and 3 match points.
And Envy will be going solo there, taken away here. Cedric is first to the scene. Will have P to his left, and that will go straight to an Envy shot. Real with the easy save here. That was just far too comfortable here, and the sense of the game plan by the RAF Storm Shadow is predictable. You can't afford to be too much of that particular word, because you're seeing the results so often. It's just to the point here where no boost is able to simply read it, take their opportunity, and wait for it. Not even a mistake, just for the lack of creativity.
A big game coming up now for the RAF Storm Shadows. They are into their last chance saloon, because it will be 3 match points to no boost, just 5s. Will there be some kind of a response, a consolation goal perhaps for the RAF Storm Shadows? They're searching for it, but right now they're failing to deliver. P, can he turn on it? Has got the boost. Lenzo with a nice flicked effort. P, good cut. It will be the last dying seconds of this game, played out inside the Storm Shadows half. And I don't think anybody can argue with the result of that game. No boost, just 5s. Danny boy, at the moment, are looking very convincing, and the Storm Shadows in a real dire situation.
So, and I'm trying to, find a polite or positive here for them. And unfortunately, at this level of competition, you just can't accept that. They are being, unfortunately, just beaten to the ball positionally, just being outsped to the point here you are essentially finding an excuse here. You've got to sort of tap into the experience here. We've seen the RAF Storm Shadows play on front of lands previously. They have done many things in terms of competition that, you know, other teams have crumbled. This is the really probably one of two teams we've really seen them be put under the pressure 0-2 down in competition before. That's unknown territory for them, and that's the element I'm slightly a bit concerned for them here still. How do you respond to it? Well, they've never really had to before. Only the Falcons have put them in that territory before, and they are waiting in the grand final too.
That is indeed the case, and I can confirm it does appear that Envy is stuck on a solid 100+ ping, and I wonder if that's been messing with his game tonight. He can consider it a little bit unlucky to be under that kind of pressure with that kind of ping, but unfortunately it is what it is. The Storm Shadows have got to play under that level of pressure now, and they've got no more mistakes in them. It's got to be perfect from now for them to have any kind of chance at a comeback. And Lenzo looks to kick things off here for no booster 5s in good fashion. Cedric keeping the pressure inside the offensive half for the Storm Shadows. Ritzy on his own backboard. Pete can't quite get there. Leaves it for Envy. Envy advances at the pitch. Nice mechanical display there to keep his momentum. Lenzo away. P. A bit of time now. What will he do? Plays it nice and slow. Lion's there. It's just dangerous for the Storm Shadows. Envy rises high, and crucially, Danny, crucially he gets there.
So, Pierce taking this time, pops it high up here. It will not be necessarily played here to a way where the Storm Shadows is able to essentially build from the defensive third here. To some extent here, what has faltered here in terms of decision making, there has been no bumps or demos. Yes, it's cliche to some extent here, but they're not even removing a player off the pitch here to give them that sort of element of more space, even while they're stuck defensively.
That could be a costly mistake to make, but there is something from P, almost hearing you in the crowd there, responding. Lenzo with a nice shot though. This will cause some trouble for the Storm Shadows. Ritzy removed from play, and there you go, there is the response. P in that beautiful looking Dominus. Oh, it's an awkward touch by Lion. Will it find the net? Not that time. Lenzo's there. Envy looking awkward. Ritzy drops it over the crossbar, and the Storm Shadows hanging on here.
Let's just point that out. No boosters vibes. Missing a sitter. They haven't missed much tonight, so perhaps they might just be feeling the sense of the occasion towards them. They know they're one goal away from a grand final spot here, and Ritzy straight down, challenged by Cedric in front of net here, and Pierce not able to put that one away. Lenzo was there to take it away from Envy. Likewise there, putting every bit of acceleration down as that ball, but Cedric continuing to launch that one, no block going to dunk that one in, and Envy per Envy is stuck alone in the back lane. He's done well to hold the fort.
Lion with the shot, Cedric away to the right hand side. Will we see another reverse sweep? The Falcons doing it earlier on tonight, but there's something here for the Storm Shadows. You feel if there is going to be a reverse sweep, the next goal has to go their way. It simply has to. This is dangerous, so Cedric deals with it. Lion with a shot. Lenzo gets there. And again they survive. Again they go and press for a counter attack, and again Lion resists for the no boost, no just vibes team.
Well, it may have a sort of sense of a one-goal game. I don't think one will be enough here for the Storm Shadows. You just sense that No Boost Just Vibes has the ability to score another one, and unfortunately, if the RAF Storm Shadow was a cat here, they've been using 3 lives so far. That's the 4th one that No Boost Just Vibes should have tapped in. How many times are they going to get away with it?
Surely not for much longer. There goes the shot, and Envy with a last-ditch effort. The Storm Shadows really are on the last legs here. They're doing everything in their power to just resist this constant barrage of pressure from No Boost Just Vibes, but they've done just that. May have been a little bit of luck in there involved as well, but sometimes you need it. And Cedric now, 1 versus 1 with Lion. Good flick, and just like that, Rocket League gods punish No Boost Just Vibes. The Storm Shadows looking down and out, suddenly have a lifeline, a goal courtesy of their captain, seemingly from nowhere. Composure, poise, 1-0 Storm Shadows.
And place it. That's what you had to do, and he has achieved that. Now in a driving position in the front foot to dictate game 3. Not the series outright though, but they can use the fact that they're 0-2 down to their advantage. Cedric straight there to the play. Envy the follow. They've done that. Now it's a question on, do you sit at the midline or your sort of final third here? The Storm Shadows have decided the midline's their choice of poison. Envy trying to be the antidote alongside Pierce to stop the rot here of the potential sweep and elimination of the grand final out of their thoughts here as Cedric dances past two. Another flip reset to get away here, and Pierce with no boost will be hoping to get some distance on this one.
30 seconds on the clock, 30 massive seconds for the RAF Storm Shadows, and an equally massive time period for No Boost Just Vibes. It's Lion, beats two, gets the diversion back onto net, it's off the post. More heartbreak for No Boost Just Vibes. Will it be one match point? Failed to be converted. Time will tell, there's 10 seconds to play, it's more pressure. There it is, Lenzo onto the crossbar, and what a save by Envy. The phase 2 man for the RAF Storm Shadows, the Starlet with a clutch save. That's such a vital time. The Storm Shadows get themselves back onto the board. And Danny, it couldn't have happened at a more vital time. They rode their luck when they needed to. They got that all-important opening goal courtesy of Cedric with that wonderful flick. And oh my god, we can't see 2 reverse sweeps, Danny, surely.
Well, we'll wait and see on that one. I'm not even going to dare touch that question if it is one. But, you know, there's that old expression, you know, sometimes in a sort of a champion's run, there's always one match that is a tad bit lucky. You know, sorry, No Boost Just Vibes had about 6 chances. Any other given day, any other given moment, that would have been 1-0 straight out, and it would have been the RAF Storm Shadows to play back in those situations. That's, you know, the fact that they lost the game, it's not because of the brilliance of the RAF Storm Shadows they'll be looking towards. They will be internally kicking themselves here still. And you know what? If the Storm Shadows play that little bit composed, take their chance when they can do, they can play that mental game a little bit more, shall we say, to their advantage here.
Still into final chance territory for the RAF Storm Shadows. It's got to be another flawless game from them. Cedric with a nice fake. Look at the composure there. How are your nerves? Clearly he's feeling motivated. That's an awful looking shot for the Storm Shadows, but Leon almost following up on it, and it almost was again 1-0. Ritzy failing to meet the ball that time. Storm Shadows slightly more composed at the start of this one, and it's Lion now feeling the pressure. Envy rises high, flicks goalwards. Will P be there? Free shot on net. And the shot just a little bit too weak. Cedric with the follow-up and a good save by Leon.
P once again. You'd just be wondering what he was able to do. And that short quick shot here, I'm not necessarily a fan of it. No Boost here was just playing that ball centrally. And that one by No Boost Just Vibes is a little bit tantalising. They have laid their luck so many times. Eventually the goal moves in here. The Storm Shadows, though, they've got a bit of fight behind them. They need it for the next 4 minutes here.
Yep, this next minute in particular is going to be crucial for the Storm Shadows. Will they fight their way back in, or will they succumb to No Boost Just Vibes' constant pressure that has been happening since the get-go, to be honest? They got their goal, and it's going to be a second surely now. It's 2 goals to the good for No Boost Just Vibes. The Storm Shadows in real danger.
Just the worst possible touch from Cedric you could possibly hope for. He'll be trying to forget that as fast as possible. And I don't want to say this game's done and dusted and the series as a result of it. But No Boost Just Vibes, they've yet to sort of face 2 goals, you know, with response, and a sort of a potential third here going against them. That's the upfill task here as Pierce leaves that one. Envy looking for the passing option. Cedric, and it looks like it hasn't returned down to it just yet, so he sat up, waited for the potential play here. And you know what, when you overload the attacking, you leave yourself vulnerable.
3:20 to play. Cedric leaves it for Envy. That's a nice fake play. Cedric will wrap round and get another shot on goal. Ritzy's there to save it. They've been limited on boost pretty much this whole first half of the game, have the RAF Storm Shadows. And that's nothing but good play from this No Boost Just Vibes side. They've been excellent in how they've starved the Storm Shadows of boost. You can see Cedric there faking one. More good play from him. Couldn't quite get that ball under control, but beats the second man. Lions there. P away to his right-hand side. So a bit of a stabilization period has happened here now for the Storm Shadows. They seem a little bit more sure of themselves in defense. As I say that, it gets dropped down, and Caster's Curse, Lenzo makes it 3. And is that 1 foot in the grand final to meet the Falcons for this no boost just 5 side?
Well, perhaps don't want to sit here and call it too early, because games like this here, it just has a sense of maybe just something might want to spoil the party. That's a 2-man beat here, going with one clear straight down, and Ritzy with the touch here. What they've just got to do, you're sort of the Storm Shadows, they've got to, and I mean this, playing that area and trying to sort of exploit the weak link here. They haven't been able to do it here. Far too often they've decided to go from the shot here and not the pass here to sort of take the actual man out here. And no boosters vibes, they're not being forced to think here. For the next 2 minutes, send it.
Yeah, they really have the pressure all on the RAF Storm Shadows. They've got to do something. If not, they are out in this single limit. It is as simple as that. This format, that's the beauty of it. There is no second chance. There is no double elim, at least for this qualifier. That's a nice passing play. P will go for it. Can he find the redirect? No, he can't, because more good defending by Ritzy sees this 3-goal lead remain intact. And Cedric again will have to face his own players here. Look for a pass. Ritzy goes up, redirects onto the crossbar. And the ping of the crossbar there may have given the Storm Shadows a temporary lifeline. They've got to make this attack count. Can they? It's Cedric, it's P, it's Envy. It's a good save by Leon.
Just when you may have thought there was hope here, that ball is a searching one. Just about 70 seconds left here, and that sort of sense of desperation. You have to grab a goal within about 20 seconds and hope within your third attempt here it's kept up and in your opposition's counter halves. And that one, it's not ideal here, and I'm afraid to say the Storm Shadows may have just met their match here at the semi-final stage.
No boost, just 5s are going to take the scalp of the Royal Air Force's finest flagship roster, the Storm Shadows. They are heading out as it stands, unless a minor miracle occurs, but as of right now, it's no boost, just 5s series to throw away. They've been all over it from the start. I would say that they are deserved winners. They've played an excellent series of Rocket League, and unless something changes in the next 30 seconds, which I don't think it will, the Storm Shadows will be left wondering what could have been for Qualifier 1, but they will be back to Qualifier 2 next week, I'm sure, with vengeance and absolute anger in their minds to prove everybody wrong. But for no boost, just 5s, exciting times for them ahead as they will meet the Army Esports Falcons, and they make all but sure of it here. It's 4 goals to the good with 8 seconds to play. It's game, it's set, it's match here for no boost, just 5s. And a massive congratulations to them, because they have been excellent.
Certainly not one bit of the gameplay so far. This second semi-final of the evening has been a letdown. You can't sort of accuse them of anything but giving their best here, and they're showing just why here they've been a threat to so many teams, and they've knocked out 2 of the RAF teams tonight so far in terms of Tempest and the Storm Shadows. But you know, it's just like the evening. We've seen 8 of the best, 4 of the best. Now we'll see 2 of the best, the grand final itself. And you know what? You know, if you're looking at this or the Storm Shadows roster, the last time they were in a situation they got knocked out surprisingly out in a tournament, that was against the Falcons. We were hoping for another match, but in the second time around they had that, they hammered the Falcons in response. So as you said here, that second one will certainly have that vengeance. But if you're at home thinking, you know what, I might have a go, well, get the link in the chat or down below. Sign up, get involved as well too, because it could be you here in the grand final just shortly too.
And on that note, have a break, catch your breath, because me and Danny Boy will certainly needing to be doing that, and we shall. And we'll catch you all again in about 10 minutes. Stay tuned.
Introducing BFBS Pro League, the only tri-service esports league for the armed forces. featuring Rocket League. The league is open to the whole armed forces community, including their families, civilian staff, and cadets. Compete against players of all abilities and play to win a share of the £15,000 prize pool. Sign up now to BFBS Pro League. See you in the arena. Gamers, get ready. Introducing BFBS Pro League, the only tri-service esports league for the armed forces, featuring Rocket League. Compete against players of all abilities and play to win a share of the £15,000 prize pool. BFBS Pro League includes incredible prizes for the top 100 players, best goals, and the MVP, as well as giveaways of the latest consoles, gaming equipment, and your chance to bag first place with a prize of £4,000 at our grand finale. Whether you're a casual player or a seasoned pro, the league is open to the whole armed forces community, including their families, civilian staff, and cadets. BFBS Pro League qualifiers kicks off in June. If you can play, you can compete. This is esports for everyone, everywhere. This is esports for the armed forces. Sign up now to BFBS Pro League. See you in the arena. Introducing BFBS Pro League, the only tri-service esports league for the armed forces, featuring Rocket League. The league is open to the whole armed forces community, including their families, civilian staff, and cadets. Compete against players of all abilities and play to win a share of the £15,000 prize pool. Sign up now to BFBS Pro League. See you in the arena. Gamers, get ready. Introducing BFBS Pro League, the only tri-service esports league for the armed forces, featuring Rocket League. Compete against players of all abilities and play to win a share of the £15,000 prize pool. BFBS Pro League includes incredible prizes for the top 100 players, best goals and the MVP, as well as giveaways of the latest consoles, gaming equipment and your chance to bag first place with a prize of £4,000 at our grand finale. Whether you're a casual player or a seasoned pro, the league is open to the whole armed forces community, including their families, civilian staff and cadets. BFBS Pro League qualifiers kicks off in June. If you can play, you can compete. This is esports for everyone, everywhere. This is esports for the armed forces. Sign up now to BFBS Pro League. See you in the arena. Introducing BFBS Pro League, the only tri-service esports league for the armed forces, featuring Rocket League. The league is open to the whole armed forces community, including their families, civilian staff and cadets. Compete against players of all abilities and play to win a share of the £15,000 prize pool. Sign up now to BFBS Pro League. See you in the arena. Gamers, get ready. Introducing BFBS Pro League, the only tri-service esports league for the armed forces, featuring Rocket League. Compete against players of all abilities and play to win a share of the £15,000 prize pool. BFBS Pro League includes incredible prizes for the top 100 players, best goals and the MVP, as well as giveaways of the latest consoles, gaming equipment and your chance to bag first place with a prize of £4,000 at our grand finale. Whether you're a casual player or a seasoned pro, the league is open to the whole armed forces community, including their families, civilian staff and cadets. BFBS Pro League qualifiers kicks off in June. If you can play, you can compete. This is esports for everyone, everywhere. This is esports for the armed forces. Sign up now to BFBS Pro League. See you in the arena. Introducing BFBS Pro League.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, and what an evening, Danny, of Rocket League it has been. I'm sure you'll agree. Drama all round in every single series. We have come down to the third place playoff, Danny. Take us through this one from your eyes.
Well, I think we have to sort of look towards sort of the whole day as a whole to even dissect where we are at the moment. We started 8 teams at a quarter-final stage, and to some extent here, the RAF Storm Shadows were probably the more unfortunate of the two sides in terms of, who they were facing. They would probably much prefer potentially the upper final between the likes of the Falcons for that sort of shape rivalry, but unfortunately fell short to just boost no vibes. But it was that semi-final with Falcons versus Omnia that provided the series of the night so far. We'd like to highlight that so far because that was a 2-0 lead. Omnia let slip for a reverse sweep to go 3-2, and it was a deciding near enough OT too. So let's not forget here, both sides had the sense of a game in their fingertips and maybe a foot to a grand final, but they've got to play for third place and keep reminding themselves that a LAN in September is what they're fighting for. The points are not over just yet.
Indeed, precious time to score precious points here in the third place playoff. Will we be seeing either of these two sides in the September LAN? The chances are highly likely. They've got to remain consistent. Consistency is key, and with the number 1 seeds forfeiting their game earlier on this evening, really opens up the tournament for the likes of No Boost, Just Vibes, for the Storm Shadows, for Omnia, for even the Falcons, who have played excellently this evening, by the way, and await in the grand final post this game. One more best of 5 for either of these two teams this evening to make one final impact on Qualifier 1, and it's been absolutely amazing from the get-go, by the way. A massive thank you to BFBS once more for putting on this fantastic event for everybody in the Armed Forces community, and a massive thank you to the Armed Forces community for coming together and providing this set of players. Over 500 sign-ups for Qualifier 1, absolutely superb. And as Danny Boy alluded to earlier on, if you want to get involved, feel free. Qualifier 2 is just around the corner next Wednesday, and there is everything to play for. It was still not too late to score some valuable points to get to make the LAN, and it still is early days, isn't it, Danny?
Certainly so, and you know what, some of the teams you may have seen across the 2 weeks, the 2 days, may not be in all 8 qualifiers. You can pick and choose, you have that flexibility, and as P will have his opening goal here of the third place decider here. Don't forget the grand final following up after this, so don't go anywhere. There is still plenty of action, not just for open qualifier 1, but for all 7 more to come.
P, a man of the big occasion for so many years for the Storm Shadows, delivers there again with a nice, steadier of an opening goal for the RAS Storm Shadows. Cedric now flicks over one. Wonderful beat. Can he beat EO4? No, he can't. It's a great save by EO4. NV, nice first touch. Deadly second touch. Off the post. A really creative effort there by NV. Not rewarded. And Omnia surviving. It's almost the reverse of the No Boost Just Vibes game for the Storm Shadows. They are now the aggressors. They are now the ones pushing and pushing and pushing for a second goal. Will it come? It may for Nizy's wonderful fake. Nice flick onto the crossbar. And P does enough, just enough, to deny an equalising goal.
Okay, maybe in another qualifier, this could actually be the grand final too. That's the scary factor with these two particular lineups here. You just talk about the aggression that we witnessed earlier. Envy, if he is on form and everything is working for him, the world's his oyster. Anything can happen for him here as Krim just nearly sort of sneaking that one by. I do, however, want to point this out here. It's always a great debate here when there's sort of the semi-final 1 and 2 gets played here. Do you rather have that sort of play the first one, have the small wait and rest, or do you prefer being in the second one and going straight into the next one? Most people have different answers here, and they've taken a little bit of time, but they're warming up just as much as the Shadows were.
I mean, my personal answer, it's got to be going straight into the game. If I were the Falcons right now, I would not like this break, this slow down in momentum, because they, remember, it came off a reverse sweep, and it was so well done, and they won purely on confidence and momentum, that they swung in their favour in that reverse sweep. So, for me anyway, it's a going straight to the next one type of vibe. And will it cost them? We don't know. If I was them, and I'm sure they are doing this, I'd be warming up, making sure that they're staying hot on the controllers or the keyboard and mouse, wherever they're going with, so that when the grand final does start, they're on the finest form they can possibly be in. But for the Storm Shadows, already game one into the final minute, we're in the right half. Can we find a second goal? Time will tell. But it's been a solid game one for the Storm Shadows, which is a stark contrast into what we saw for the majority of the last series against no boost, just vibes.
That's our question. Well, you can ship it all four ways with each respective team as the second one moves in here. Both sides here will be looking and sort of be quite happy over what they produced over 2 days here. But for the Storm Shadows themselves, they want to sort of make sure they can get the series wrapped up, call it the day here, and knowing them, they'll probably be spending a few days working on what they could be doing better to find that sort of next set of improvements here. But game one will be firmly in that blue column. The Storm Shadows have done at least what they couldn't do a few moments ago here, grab a win and stay in control.
And they will punt that away to the left-hand side. It will be a Storm Shadows win. Of course, for those not aware of the mechanics, when that ball hits the floor, it will be the end of game. So even if the opposition do score, it won't mean much. And it is game number one to the RAF Storm Shadows. A much more improved performance, a much more composed performance, Danny.
Certainly so, and to some extent here, and when you're not in the grand final, when you're in these sort of situations, yes, you do want to win. But you don't have the same stress, which sounds silly. You're playing to get to the grand final. When those are moments here, you're sort of going, right, we can't do it, so we can have that sort of sense of freedom to play our own game, and that's to some extent is what you're seeing. I think Omnia to some extent needs to have the pressure on them to play better to a point. However, they have already been mentally broken once, shall we say, with the reverse sweep. It's just a question in regathering the thoughts. They had a bit of time. Now for the second time this evening, can they do it?
With the way the night's gone, it wouldn't surprise me if the Storm Shadows were to go 2 games to the good here and then succumb to a reverse sweep. It's been how the night's gone across the board with the reverse sweeps the way they've gone. So I don't think I would like that at all, because I think I might have a heart attack if that does happen, but it wouldn't surprise me, Danny. It really wouldn't.
Oh, I hope the ambulance have, maybe just the ambulance on standby. Oh, I've been in the commentary booth when I've seen, the RAF Storm Shadows and big matches lose before. It's not a pretty sight, but it never is when your team loses, as Cedric and Envy once again. Did a fair bit of defending there. Pierce likewise earlier, and that word stability, it was to some extent missing in their semi-final match, but they've got themselves back into it, upfield now for their first real attempt on target.
That was a really nice play by Envy. Nobody there from the Storm Shadows could follow that up. P with a nice challenge. Cedric knocks it down. It was gone underneath the car of Cedric there. This will be a chance for Crim. Nice first touch. The ball in the space opening up. It's EO4. It's a wonderful goal to open the scoring here for Team Omnia. And I will say they deserve that goal. That's a nice developing play down. You can see the bumps coming into the cars of P and Envy there. Envy scampered across. Got a touch on the ball, but it wasn't enough to deny the goal.
Just like that. The sense of going 2-0 up and having the reverse sweep potentially could be ruined there. So thank you for that particular twice being ruined, but of course needs to see the loss to the Storm Shadows this time around. And Envy not liking that idea. Response in kind, got the goal in game 1, now the response in 2.
Wonderful stuff. Remember, look at the composure there, going underneath Nice fake play. The Storm Shadows retake their lead. There is a potential server reset after this game. Potential lag for some of the players. A nice save by Envy again. Was really having a good game / series this time round. Cedric beaten to it by Krim. EO4 goes up, knocks it goalward. P is there. Nice composure by P. Lovely flick by P. The ball centres. Envy will meet it. Great shot on net. Fantastic goal. 2-1 to the Storm Shadows. And comeback complete.
Just that's our perfect point here. And we got the right altitude and just bangs that one home. Just, you know, when you need that sort of sense of, you know, urgency to get the goal, he does it this time around here. 2 minutes gone by. It's not the case of sort of steadying the ship here. If we are, of course, the RAF lineup, you just want to not concede from here.
Envy with more good defensive work. He's really had an improved series as Envy this time round. What an opening he's had. And Pete leaves that one to Cedric, and it was nicely worked. But the shot off the post, and Envy doing more last man work. And will it be a goal? It would have been an own goal. P, nice first touch, good second touch, and a great save by EO4. Constant pressure from the Storm Shadows, not rewarded that time, but they're coming close to a third.
They have to leave the idea of the third one for the time being. Their opposition is just sending a few balls down to Tess, and few sides will be guilty of jumping to that ball here. Envy to Cedric though. Passing play has just found it. EO4 here, who to some extent you could probably make the argument the MVP of the first semi-final. Couldn't get the job done. Was, however, 1 or 2 of his crucial efforts who got the goal going. And easy just sending that one away here. The midfield line once again being used as that sort of start and stop goal for both sides here. It's just a question on getting that sort of first real opportunity now.
P knocks it central. That's destined for the goal if Krim doesn't get there, and he does. Cedric drops it down towards Envy. Envy and nice easy 50 rockets out to the right hand side. P couldn't quite manage to shape his goal correctly, but a really nice touch. Recovers the defensive play there for the Storm Shadows. P left towards the captain Cedric. Cedric with a nice first touch. Can he find the double? Flicked away by EO4. And again, I must highlight the improvement here from the Storm Shadows. After taking that defeat, they've responded well. They're not tilted. They're playing with composure and poise. Exactly the requirement here in this third place playoff. And remember, third place is no mean fate. This is a very good result for either of these two sides, and really important points on the board when it comes to qualifying for that September LAN to crown our first ever inaugural BFBS Pro League Season 1 champion. And I can't wait for that, by the way. That's a great effort by Krim, and out of nowhere, a sucker punch, a deadly sucker punch, landed on the Storm Shadows net. Krim double into the back of the net. 2-2.
Just maybe when you were getting comfortable and sort of sitting there ready to lap up all the hard work to get it, sort of the second game gifted to yourselves here. Unfortunately not the way it is. That may bounce straight on in here, saved off the line, and Krim, well, he's been given the respect here due to what they were able to produce earlier. An easy one touch back down, and Cedric launching it downfield, so unleashing the envy. Unfortunately, the wave of the potential rage that he's may have built up from the second semi-final not being used to full effect this time.
That was really clever by P and Cedric to force the space. It falls to Envy, but Nice Z's does so well to deflect the ball away. Cedric knocks it down, and we are into our first overtime of this dramatically poised third place playoff. It's Cedric and Nice Z's. Left hand side to Envy. Nice first touch. Looks to beat one, but Krim is there. Excellent play by Krim. P couldn't quite shape his car correctly there, and Cedric covers. Envy with a good demo. I think it was on EO4 in the background, and Krim squares up Envy with a nice musty flick and disturbs his play with a slight demo as well, but Envy showing his composure there at the start of overtime to deal with the pressure.
Cedric, heavy touch here, inviting Krim. Maybe had a sweeter touch on to it, could have been dangerous. Envy backs away off it, and Both sides here not willing to overextend, and Storm Shadows was probably guilty of doing that a fair chunk in the last time we saw them. Here's EO4. Soft touchdown here. P unfortunately moved away here. Still, I've got good news for you. The reverse sweep's not possible.
That does make me feel slightly better, I must say. But nicely done from Omnia. They definitely found their way back into it. I think it was that goal from Krim, that equalising goal from Krim that turned the tides there. They done really well. I mean, it was a great composed finish. And that was the signal for Omnia to come back. And yeah, I think they will, again, value for that win. Storm Shadows dropped off slightly. 2 good goals by NV. And it is what it is. They have to move on from that and recover from it quick, Danny.
Certainly so. And when you sort of, look at sort of situation here, you've got to, to some extent finish the job off. You can't go 2-1 and not defend. I'm not saying that the RAF Storm Shadow wasn't, but there was that sense that you just do what I'm doing here and we won't be challenged. You can't afford to drop in any sort of standard or that sort of level of expectations here. But the sort of madness of it here, I mean, let's not forget, got back into that game through their own way of play here, and that's sort of the clash of 2 play styles is what we're going to see for this 3rd place too.
Indeed, and there is going to be a server reset, so I'm just in the process of making that secondary lobby. We are going to use, for the players watching, we are going to use the same lobby details, so please do get yourselves rejoined. That should be up and live now, Danny. And can these small little resets in servers and this little small gap in play, can that affect the mentality of a player in this kind of scenario? Or do they use it or treat it as a little bit of a rest, a break? What kind of mentality can this improve on a player?
I think that sort of is dependent on the player here. When you look at the sort of the Storm Shadows themselves here, they'll be looking at this and sort of going, right, it's just time to breathe, sort of just reset here, get the sort of heart rate down. Just if there's anything that's niggling and sort of going, well, I don't like this, or we could do this different here, that will probably be mentioned. Omnia has that sort of sense of, we've never seen them before. So for them, this will be a massive sort of, oh, what do we do, what we do, there is that sort of sense of hesitation. It may not be massive, but in a game like Rocket League itself here, it's that sort of half a second split reaction time will make the huge difference. We've seen a few times already how important that sort of response rate is. And already they can't afford to have that hesitation. They just need to do what they have been doing and trust their instincts.
That's a really nice breakdown, Danny. I couldn't have said it better myself. Cedric there doesn't bite to the fake. Nice ease. Composure. Looks infield to EO4. Wonderful shot. And P, in his attempt to save it, scampers onto the post. Will it be an opener for Krim? It is! And Krim makes it 1.
That was a well-worked goal here. P just trying to cover the natural bed off it here. And you know what? The Storm Shadows themselves will feel a sense of unjust play to what rewarded the goal here. The inaccuracy leading to the goal here. How often can you say that, though, as Envy, months of his entire RAF career in the sort of the esports scene, has been grabbing goals from the kickoff and restarting the balance here, and that one once again, ding it goes, and that's an unfortunate clear and play at the same time. You would be frustrated if you're on it after just getting that past the 2 men in the first place.
Awkward for Krim on his own backboard to deal with P. Nice 50 from him. Cedric will press this. Demo for his troubles by EO4. And Envy can play now. Nice first touch. Has a free backboard. What a finish from Envy. That's what he can do when you give him the space and time. And what a finish. Wonderful first touch onto the free backboard. You just can't give him that level of time because look what he does. Excellent finish. And we have an equaliser.
Probably by most standards will be, if you were making a tier list of, players' abilities, he's in quite solidly the top 10, maybe breaching the top 5 by most people's standards, Envy. And you know what, you just saw a glimmer of what the man can do Give him that time, as still rightly said, he will be potent, and he's in front of the net once again, saved the way here. But the RAF Storm and Shadows have got to have their heads fully screwed on. They cannot afford the same mistake like the last game and allow their opposition to breathe back into it.
I mean, I'm not sure what's changed, Danny, but I've got to credit Envy. He has really come alive in this series, playing some of the best Rocket League I've seen him play for a long time here. Cedric centers, and P's there, makes it 2. And the Storm Shadows take the lead again, but they must not rest on their laurels now, because, well, Omnia has shown on more than one occasion that they are more than capable of bringing this one back and taking the game off them. So care needed now for the RAF Storm Shadows.
Just have to blink, and that mistake will just be at your doorstep. And that's a spillage here in Crim. He's got a play here. It's a heavy first touch here. Talbot softer, could at least made a defender think here. Easy with a play here. Pierce with an alert defensive play. It's in the final third here. It could just be enough here to cause a few problems here. It will be flung, mind you, right to the corner. Half a game still to go on the side in blue, trying to, of course, stay at altitude here.
Third place, the prize. A really nice amount of points to play for here, which could be the difference come week number 8 of these qualifiers. P will have to fly off the ball nice and high here. Nicely done. Envy takes control of the play. Again, a free backboard. Again, it's going to be awkward. Again, Cedric's there. And that's the 2-minute mark. Strikes the clock. Cedric almost found the space and time, but Envy gets there again. Wonderful defending by Niaziz. And really and truly, Omnia haven't been bad at all. They have been excellent throughout this night, throughout day 1 as well. And they've just potentially met the match, and that's wonderful from Cedric. What a finish! And 3-1 to the Storm Shadows.
Actually trying to watch the delayed replay that I've got here, and it wasn't too far away. They're being saved. Fine margins between these two sides, just showing what, a blade of grass essentially could be the massive difference, and it was this time around here. 2-goal buffer, but I don't want to cast your minds back, and if you're an RAF fan,
Don't do it, Danny, don't do it.
Cruel memories of watching a goal slip by, followed by another one, and you might just want to cuddle behind, hold the pillow, and don't think about the word tempest in that sentence too. But that's unfortunately the history. But mind you, the RAF Storm Shadow looking to continue their, shall we say, chapter here and right a few wrongs here for not just themselves but for the RAF as a whole here. This would be match point if they of course hold on with the next 60 odd seconds. But mind you, I don't want to ruin your fun here, Stel. You just have to keep the ball away.
40 seconds to do just that. Envy rises high again. He's been doing it all series long. It will be awkward, and there will be a chance, but Prem comes across. One more thrust of effort here from Omnia to try and find a goal that may get them back into the game. That's a good effort. A goal by EO4 from distance. Oh, and Danny, I don't like this. 22 seconds to go. And a great shot by EO4 puts them straight back to within 1. And a nervy last period of play awaits for the RAF Storm Shadows.
Comfortably. Used to be such a common phrase back in the, shall we say, 60s, 70s and 80s British television. Well, it might just be creeping back in 2025, and the Storm Shadows will not be. There'll be a sweat dripping from the brow here. Pierce, however, stone cold as always, gets that one downfield, and Cedric will be happy to see that one hit the ground. It was at 1.21 in game 2, went 3-2 against them. This time it's in their favour and match point.
I mean, you say the Storm Shadows will be happy that hit the ground, as am I. My heart is absolutely pounding and racing for these Storm Shadows players, obviously being the manager of the RAF Storm Shadows community and seeing my teams develop and grow over the last 3-4 years. To this point, it fills me with an incredible amount of pride. And they're doing the community proud tonight, as has the RAF Tempest have done, as have the RAF Shadows, and indeed the RAF Hurricanes. And it all comes down to this. 2 more match points to deal with for the RAF Shadows. The win here takes them into 3rd place and score some really important points, like I've said on many, many occasions now. Can they do it, Danny? 1 more game to go.
So, and I'm just sort of casting my mind briefly, I believe it was on formerly Twitter, now X, of course, on the good old socials. I think it was the RAF Storm Shadows and of course BFBS Esports. A particular branch of the RAF may have tweeted out here, we may be supporting the RAF teams, no bias, and there was a very inquisitive, shall we say, eyebrow in response here. Are you saying me that over the 2 days there was a biased man in the booth? Who would have thought that?
Well, I'd like to give my respects and credit to every team and player that has taken part. Of course, I'm going to cheer that little bit harder when the RAF score. However, got to be fair and give the teams against us the credit they deserve, and because they've all been excellent. Notably, by the way, that no booth, just 5 side, who have been world class and maybe my favourites to win, to be honest. But for now, it's Cedric who puts the Storm Shadows 1-0 up and within 4 minutes of securing 3rd place.
So that grand final, moments away, will be played tonight. Live here, of course, on YouTube and, of course, Twitch too, and many of the other platforms you might be looking towards here as Envy. Just looking for this game and series to be done, called tonight. To rest and enjoy the 2 days worth of effort here, looking towards next week. But I mean, looking, however, at their own abilities, their own, shall we say, course to cause a lodgement of the celebrations here. Neasy playing it back. And unfortunately for them, they can't, however, clean their own back lines though.
Up comes EO4. This is dangerous, but P gets there in the nick of time. Nice first touch as well. Can he make a play here? Beats 9Z's with ease. Up goes P. Forces it home into the top right-hand side corner of the Omnia net. Superb from the veteran player. The experience and class shining through. And P doubles the Storm Shadows' advantage.
Certainly so. Well, I don't want to sort of bring it up, but we've been here before still.
Please, Danny, please.
Well, I don't think it's no please Danny, don't bring that horror back. It's please P, please Cedric, please Envy. Can you go on for 3? However, Crime of that one certainly finding, shall we say, ices of the player. The resemblance of Crim gone. EO4, shall we say, haunting the Storm Shadows themselves. Once again, bringing terror on the blue.
EO4's got to be the standout player on that Omnia team for me. Every single goal I've seen them score, he has played some kind of role in it, whether it's bumps, whether it's a pass, or whether it's a stunning piece of solo play. He has been the focal point for Omnia attacks, and if they are going to come back in this game, it's got to come through him. It's got to come through EO4, surely.
I would love, I don't know if it's possible for this qualifier, but I would love to know and have that sort of ability for people to vote for their player of the tournament sort of type thing. Because EO4 would be probably one you would be looking towards, that Envy likewise, 2 of the sort of star players of the competition of the Pro League itself here. This is only, mind you, the first qualifier of 8, plenty happening every Wednesday and Thursday across June and July, and Envy's looking for September already.
Couldn't be, surely, it couldn't be. It couldn't be another comeback. It's a great shot from Envy. Finds the top left-hand side corner of the net. Beautifully done. Doubles the advantage again. But the Storm Shadows cannot afford even a touch, a drop, even a thought of complacency. They need to find another one if they want to secure this, in my opinion. Because EO4 and Team Omnia are more than capable of coming back, and they might even be doing that here. It's a good fake. What a wonderful bit of chemistry from Omnia. Nicely finishes it off. Just like that, Danny. Just like that. The lead halved again. Crim fake play into EO4. Rockets onto the top left-hand side, the postage stamp of the net. Falls kindly for Nizes. We're back to within 1.
You'd be guilty for thinking, it's fine, we're all so safe and dandy. You're right to give that warning. You're right to give that highlighted moment. And even more right to even say that this one is not gone yet here. Do you know what? There's still, of course, 1 minute 20 on that clock to see a few more goals potentially being scored. Do you know what? Cedric wants a few P, who has been arguably the main man this series in terms of that particular output. You would have presumed that would have been Envy's output. There's P once again. Easy over the Crim. That's exquisite. That there is, shall we say, the business done.
Nizes into Crim, and that might be one of the only goals I've seen that hasn't involved EO4 in the play. There they are, showing their worth as well. Crim and Nizes, beautifully worked. The shot, stunning, unsavable into that bottom right. And the onus again on the Storm Shadows to find a winner. 1 minute to play. Surely the next goal wins this, and it will either be another game 5 to decide third place, or a Storm Shadows win. Crim, what can he do? Envy with a vital touch, a vital interception, brings the Storm Shadows up the pitch. Crim, P, clearance downfield. Up he goes to chase, to put Crim under some kind of pressure, which he does. Cedric, nice first touch. Can he find a double? He can. Envy's lurking at the back post. And we're into the final 30 seconds now, Danny. It really is anybody's game. And P can't make that one count.
Soft touch, not able to get past, so the boost stolen away. So it's essentially a 1v1. If it's a high ball like this, it's an easy save. So both sides looking to essentially reset maybe the final play in the regulation time. EO4, he has been, shall we say, the man that has been played through the big moments, and Cedric thought he'd done it. That one was saved, quite done. Match point was nearly game point set in match. However, and that's a big however, it's not over until Pierce puts that one in. He has got his opportunity saved as well.
Edge of your seat stuff here to decide third place. Cedric committing for that one. Nizes goes up. EO4's going to be there. Will it creep its way in? He somehow scoops it from underneath his own net. They look destined to take us into a game 5, but it stayed out. And Envy centers it. EO4's there to deal with it. Cedric away to his right-hand side. It's an awkward touch though, and Envy deals with it exceptionally well. Crim centers. P gets there. Flicks it away to his right. Limited boost on the cards of the Storm Shadows. They've really got some defending to do here. Nizes centers away by Cedric. What can he do now? Crim just with a nice deft touch commits the car of P, and Cedric uses all that awareness and experience and forces EO4 into an awkward touch. Does just that, turns away. P centers Crim away. Envy leaves it for Cedric. Cedric finds the car of P. Crim commits Envy and looks for a demo. Not to be. Cedric goes up. Nice first touch. And the back and forth continues as we cross over the 1 minute mark of overtime. Will there be an RAF player there? It's Envy! It's third place secure for the RAF Storm Shadows. They've got there in the end, securing some vital points to qualify for the LAN later on in September, later on this year. Commiserations to Omnia. What a wonderful performance from them. They never gave up. They stuck at it. And that could have easily gone their way as well if it wasn't for a couple of shots that didn't go their way. But I'm sure we'll see them again next time. To confirm then, ladies and gentlemen, that is the RAS Storm Shadows finishing in third place, finishing on a high for Qualifier 1. And Team Omnia, I don't think, Danny Boy, they'll be too disappointed with that performance. They played well, could consider themselves to be a little bit unlucky with how things turned out. But fourth is nothing to be concerned about, in my opinion, for that team.
It's one of those ones you won't be sort of too frustrated. In heat of the moment, you'll be annoyed, obviously, for losing in the manner it has happened, because you want to have that chance in the game 5. But that's sort of done and dusted. They'll probably be somewhat relieved. You know what? That's it over. We can reset, regather, and do this all over again next week for the Storm Shadows, it was a bit of redemption. Let's not forget how they were knocked into this situation in the first place, swept essentially. For them, that was a much needed sort of confidence builder going in as well to qualifier number 2. But that's the action not over though still. While those two there had warmed up, shall we say, the final itself here, where there's two sides where, no boosters vibes, probably sitting there thinking it's their championship to win, but the British Army might, however, have a few things to say about that.
They will indeed. Both of those two teams will have been waiting in the wings, desperately trying to keep their momentum going, keeping warm, keeping stimulated. That could be a problem at times as well. And we'll see shortly, very shortly, might I add, how those two teams' preparations in the last couple of hours have been going. Falcons, what an excellent performance to reverse sweep the team that we just saw take another game, take Storm Shadows to Game 5 as well, Omnia. And of course, no boost, just vibes. What a team. Arguably the new #1 seed potentially, with Team England being FFing as well and no longer being part of the tournament. Time will tell, Danny, and certainly in 10 minutes we'll start finding out the end of the story of Qualifier 1, and we'll see you in about 10.
Introducing BFBS Pro League, the only tri-service esports league for the Armed Forces. Featuring Rocket League. The league is open to the whole Armed Forces community, including their families, civilian staff and cadets. Compete against players of all abilities and play to win a share of the £15,000 prize pool. Sign up now to BFBS Pro League. See you in the arena. Gamers, get ready. Introducing BFBS Pro League, the only tri-service esports league for the Armed Forces. Featuring Rocket League. Compete against players of all abilities and play to win a share of the £15,000 prize pool. BFBS Pro League includes incredible prizes for the top 100 players, best goals and the MVP, as well as giveaways of the latest consoles, gaming equipment and your chance to bag first place with a prize of £4,000 at our grand finale. Whether you're a casual player or a seasoned pro, the league is open to the whole Armed Forces community, including their families, civilian staff and cadets. BFBS Pro League qualifiers kicks off in June. If you can play, you can compete. This is esports for everyone, everywhere. This is esports for the Armed Forces. Sign up now to BFBS Pro League. See you in the arena. Introducing BFBS Pro League, the only tri-service esports league for the Armed Forces. Featuring Rocket League. The league is open to the whole Armed Forces community, including their families, civilian staff and cadets. Compete against players of all abilities and play to win a share of the £15,000 prize pool. Sign up now to BFBS Pro League. See you in the arena. Gamers, get ready. Introducing BFBS Pro League, the only tri-service esports league for the Armed Forces. Featuring Rocket League. Compete against players of all abilities and play to win a share of the £15,000 prize pool. BFBS Pro League includes incredible prizes for the top 100 players, best goals and the MVP, as well as giveaways of the latest consoles, gaming equipment and your chance to bag first place with a prize of £4,000 at our grand finale. Whether you're a casual player or a seasoned pro, the league is open to the whole Armed Forces community, including their families, civilian staff and cadets. BFBS Pro League Qualifiers kicks off in June. If you can play, you can compete. This is esports for everyone, everywhere. This is esports for the Armed Forces. Sign up now to BFBS Pro League. See you in the arena. Introducing BFBS Pro League, the only tri-service esports league for the Armed Forces. Featuring Rocket League. The league is open to the whole Armed Forces community, including their families, civilian staff and cadets. Compete against players of all abilities and play to win a share of the £15,000 prize pool. Sign up now to BFBS Pro League. See you in the arena. Gamers, get ready. Introducing BFBS Pro League, the only tri-service esports league for the armed forces, featuring Rocket League. Compete against players of all abilities and play to win a share of the £15,000 prize pool. BFBS Pro League includes incredible prizes for the top 100 players, best goals and the MVP, as well as giveaways of the latest consoles, gaming equipment and your chance to bag first place with a prize of £4,000 at our grand finale. Whether you're a casual player or a seasoned pro, the league is open to the whole armed forces community, including their families, civilian staff and cadets. BFBS Pro League qualifiers kicks off in June. If you can play, you can compete. This is esports for everyone, everywhere. This is esports for the armed forces. Sign up now to BFBS Pro League. See you in the arena.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, wherever you're watching from across the world, whether you're starting work, whether you're finishing work, whether you're just chilling at home after not working at all, I am jealous of you. We hope you have enjoyed the action today. It has been crazy from the get-go. Danny boy, we've just witnessed the RAF Storm Shadows, the flagship roster for the RAF, take home third place, finishing strongly for the evening for them. And they will look ahead for Qualifier 2 now. But now, Danny, we turn our attentions to the grand final of Qualifier 1.
Certainly do, and if scene was anything to go off by, it would be wrong. It is the third and fourth seed who has reached this sort of, it's not even, you know, the sort of joke, sort of phrase we sometimes for the business end of this tournament. It is the business, it is the final, it is the grand final. Falcons versus No Boost, Just Vibes. The British Army who has reached the grand final, and you know what, we one thought it would have been the RAF Storm Shadows who was going to face them. The rivalry will just have to wait here, but it's the question in this best of 7 now. Will it be glory or will it be a failure? Falcons, however, looking to maybe hoist an accolade so soon.
Lion looking for the pass there, central into Ritzy. Onza with a complete read on it. Great slot into the bottom left. And the Falcons take an early lead. Love that from them. Wormsley and Lenzo kick us off. Ritzy away from the right-hand side. Ritzy showing such immense control. And what a finish it was from Ritzy to level instantaneously.
Lived release of the endorphins for the Falcons. Tied, and now maybe of this kickoff might be feeling the pressure that the RAF Storm Shadows faced and the Tempest. They got knocked out by this particular side in the orange by some considerable distance in the series scoreline. At times we were wondering, could they even concede? Well, the Falcons put that one to bed early. Ritzy trying to get that one squared and that one sent away.
Yeah, this No Boost Just 5 side are so good, and they're showing it again. But Onza, the defensive wall, the defensive powerhouse for this Falcon side, doing what he does best, which is just reading offensive plays from the opposition teams and keeping his team in it. And he does go down there to a demo from Ritzy. Lenzo with a bit of a miscontrol, Gids beats one, and Lenzo able to recover. Wormsley trying to get aggressive, steals the boost. This is good from the Falcons. Deep inside, No Boost Just Vibes half, Gids beaten, no, now 1 versus 1. Wormsley, not quite sure what happened there. Did he go for a squishy save? Didn't quite see. But the result is a 2-1 lead for No Boost Just Vibes.
Well, he's actually boosted, and as you're rightly saying, going for the in and out save, but he's landed at sort of that point where the four wheels hasn't actually met the curvature of the wall, so it's a stumbling or tripping yourself up, you know, how awful, how cruel that is, but it sort of felt inevitable the goal was going to come here. Falcons now will be feeling the pressure of the quarter and the semi-finalists here. The Skids drops back here, and you know what, 2 is jumped for it, and Ritzy once more having another hit on, double committed earlier. You can just add Cedric and envy what double commit may be. The impact and the fact that they had upon their team wasn't particularly good here. They've got to be careful across maybe the 7 games with that.
Ritzy almost making it 3. It's a good demo by Gitz. Lenzo demoed again by Onza this time. They're going really aggressive on the Falcons, but it's a lovely shot by Ritzy. Finds the top right side corner of the net. The lead doubled again.
Just look at that sort of moment. You thought the keeper had maybe a chance at saving it there. And you just see by the angle how sort of tightly squeezed it was put by. But 2 goal for distance and margin here. The Falcons will be just hoping that they can grab maybe a second goal here just to stem the flow of the bleeding here. That's essentially an open wound here for No Boost to ramping home here, 4-1. Do you know what? The punishment's being dished out equally here.
Yeah, they are really, really a top side, and they are showing it. And they are my favourites to win at this moment in time, based on what I've seen in Qualifier 1, and even talking to the likes of Cashew, for those who know or don't know, is one of the all-time British Rocket League greats in the intermission, has told me that even he feels this side is the favourites to win it. And you can't argue with his assessment, or indeed mine, because they are showing their class in, especially with Team England no longer being in a tournament, the former #1 seed. You have to feel, and it'd be hard to disagree, Danny, that this side, this No Boost Just 5 side, will go into qualifier #2 anything but top seed. It will take an almighty effort from Falcons to do it. They're going to give it everything they got, and it certainly isn't over just yet. But on the current evidence of play, they will take some stopping from any team in this whole tournament.
You may sort of have to feel like an all-star roster with all the other teams that maybe make the sort of an ultra to essentially challenge them here. That's how formidable they seem to be, and it will be a lasting mark here from No Boost, how they have essentially came up, rocked up, and shook this scene apart here. As that 5-1 opening statement here in the game could be 6, 7, and 8 here, but it just shows that when you have the right 3 and have that bit of cohesion, a bit of chemistry, it's such a deadly combo to the point here. It is going to be that, as you said, a monumental task to beat.
Monumental might be an understatement. That's a rare mistake, and it will free up Onza. Goes one-on-one with Lion. Gids is there. Can he poke it home? And somehow the recovery from Lion was so good. Onza momentarily keeps the press inside. The No Boost half. Wormsley places it goalwards. Ritzy away. Inside the final minute almost. Gidzy trying to snipe Wormsley's car there in the air. Wasn't to be, and Onza left to control the ball. Nicely done. Lovely reset. Can he find the shot on goal? No, he can't, because Ritzy is there. And there is a level of composure, Danny, inside the ranks of this No Boost Just 5 side. They look composed in any situation. And when you're playing against a team like that, it's so hard to break them mentally. They really have their work cut out for them through the Falcons, as did anybody that played against this wonderful side. It's 6-1 with 45 to go, and game 1 done now for the Falcons. There's no way back into it for them. And it is, Danny, remember, a best of 7 this time, the grand final. A best of 7.
It's the floor, and that sort of element to some extent here. You have essentially, I don't like using this for anybody who's new to the esports itself here, but it is that you have that one game you can throw away. You can sort of sense what the opposition is capable of doing, how to play against it, and what you're able to somewhat develop from that. The problem is when you're 6-1 down, you look at it, you sort of go, what can we do here? Do you know this game can be so cruel at times? So cruel. I thought that was going to be a goal.
Yeah, unfortunate. Really unfortunate. That could have easily gone in. And it will be game 1 going the way of No Boost, No Vibes. They just look a step above the other teams in Qualifier 1 with just the level of composure they have. And by the way, Serpik says good evening to you, brother, in the chat. I hope you are doing very, very well. Lovely of you to join us. Hope you have enjoyed what you've seen so far from BFBS Pro League Qualifier 1. Plenty more to come. And like I said, Danny, I mean, from your experienced Rocket League brain and from everything you've seen in your career as a caster and even as a professional player, when you're up against a team like this, is there a formula to even beat them? Or is it just give it your best and hope for the best, pretty much?
Well, I ideally for myself here, I would ideally like to go to their PC and turn their power socket off. You know, when you have that sort of frustration in sort of the game, you know, what do you do here? You have to look at your own capability and how do you sort of highlight what you're able to offer, because the opposition is going to find your weakness. It's what you're able to do throughout that. So when you look at the games that we've just witnessed there, especially what Tempest and the Storm Shadows was trying to do against No Boost, you were scratching your head circling what they can. Falcons had the luxury of looking at the two games and looking at this and going, well, what can they do? They in fact scored first, which was unheard of. So to answer your question, what can they do? Stick to what you were achieving and just make sure your defense has at least 2 men back at all times.
It's the way to go, Danny, really, isn't it? It's the only way to go when they're playing in this kind of, you know, rich vein of form. You just have to stay stubborn.
I would go with the power socket quicker. Take the PC off and remove the controller, you know, scissors to cut the USB off, you know, there's plenty of options. Some would say that's unsportsmanlike, but I thought it first, so, you know, till there's a rule that says otherwise. But yes, in all seriousness, stubbornness is what you need, and you have to have that sort of element of arrogance.
Absolutely. I mean, we'll bear that tactic in mind for the championship LAN in September. we'll make sure that doesn't happen. I'll tell the tournament admins to keep an eye out for a road Danny Boy disconnecting power sockets.
I don't think I'd be allowed in the players' round if I was invited to that one. But
do you know what, Danny? I reckon it's something that Sean Dyche would do. It's absolutely a play that he would make, honestly.
Well, funny enough that you mentioned him, I was trying to think of what other managers might be brought around. Maybe a Sam Allardyce sort of tactic as well,
yes,
too.
True. Mourinho, maybe.
But I am the special one.
Oh, God. As indeed is this No Boost Just 5 side. All three of them have been special and nothing short of special this whole time. But already an improved performance here in Game 2 from the Falcons. Can they find the opening goal? And if they can they keep it? Can they keep hold of that lead for more than 5-10 seconds? I know it's easier said than done against this kind of side when they're playing so well. I know in the form of their lives, but it's kind of a compulsory thing to hold the lead straight after you've just scored. And it's the golden rule in football as well. You are most vulnerable when you've just scored. And I think that carries weight in Rocket League as well. And we've seen it on more than one occasion happen here in days 1 and 2 of Qualifier.
Certainly so, and you know, there's plenty of the matches here, and we're not going to harp on to have a fair bit tonight, and certainly those matches that first goal being such sort of evident towards it here. The only thing that we are sort of missing from tonight's evening here is, you know, that soccer he had back around about 2015 when Mourinho went on to the actual match itself here and tackled, I think it was Ollie Mers, if memory serves me rightly. So, you know what, things could happen, but for the Falcons, their defence isn't so terrifying.
Yeah, wham, bam, Ritzy down to Lenzo. Lenzo puts it home into the net. Central, unstoppable. And yet again, No Boost Just Vibes grab a foothold in this game. Game 2, will it be an instant response? Gids puts it in front. And he sneaks past the last man of No Boost Just Vibes. And it's the reverse of game number 1. The instant response from Falcons this time. They're back in it.
This might just be the mini game within the series. Come the kickoff goals be invitational. Well, the Falcons have scored 2 this series, maybe grabbing a third one. If the Falcons can grab 1, maybe 2 goals in open play, They might have a chance to take a game, possibly two of them, across a best of 7. They'll have to even throw something a bit more special towards his kids downfield here. He's testing the third man who's sitting at the back wall. Can you get to the net? Might be a bold strategy, one to considerable rethinking required though.
Oh, it bounces nicely over the car. I believe it was Lenzo.
That's an goal.
Or was it an OG?
Oh, it has to be.
Oh no, it was Lion that flicks it over the last man. It's 2-1, and the Falcons in front, and can they hold on to level the series?
Joe's for the erection and trip and maybe stare up on that one, but that's inexcusable of a mistake for essentially the acting top seed of No Boost, who has been essentially like a chess engine. You know, the humans are, you know, Magnus essentially. They played this sort of chess game tonight so far, barely faltered or blundered. That one was a howler.
You know, they really have been faultless the majority of the 2 days. That's not the time to make the first mistake, but Gids has limited boost. Lion's gonna be there. It's dangerous for the Falcons. They're inside the final minute now. Wolseley cuts across. Ritzy with a soft touch. Central for Lenzo. Lenzo is lurking dangerously. Lion gets there. Onza with a clear. Danger here for No Boost. Just finds a cracking effort and a wonderful save for Ritzy. Recovers the car. Lion in towards Lenzo. 40 seconds to play. Lion up again. But the danger averted.
Well, it might be for the time being, but 30 seconds left here to boldly go into the territory where, you know, the RAF Storm Shadow's only able to do it once in a best of 5, and that's the grab a win here. Another goal line save that we've seen plenty of this evening in the other semi-final. Was, however, against the Falcons. They may have stolen a tactic or two. Onza's bleeding the clock dry. The old tactic in football. Run it to the corner flag. Exquisite bit of gameplay.
And they've dropped the ball. It is going to be 1-1 in the series. The Falcons with a masterclass in game management. They stole their 2 goals. They maintained their composure, maintained the lead. Gids that time with the double. And wow, what a series to end 2 days of non-stop Rocket League theatre. And that has put a cat amongst the pigeons, Danny.
Well, some would say a theatre of dreams, but I don't think that particular devil is doing quite well at the moment. Europe does provide some big surprises and will spur quite on. But with that Falcons delivery of 1 in the series apiece, do you know what? We might just be looking at perhaps maybe the unthinkable. The Falcons, they get 2 games in a series against this roster. Hasn't been done this evening at all by the other side. It would be a statement in just to cement themselves as the top 2.
There will be some story for the Falcon side. They can pull it off. You all living this journey with us. That's Ritzy dropping it down. Lenzo cuts play nicely. That was so dangerous. And Lion plays it out left towards Ritzy. Onza will beat. It's a shot on net. It's off the post and wide. That was a good chance. But the pressure's still on. It's Onza central towards Gids. And it deflects just wide of the mark.
Falcons so far, and the talk has been their counterparts this evening in this grand final, but their passing play is actually and arguably been better. That just shows you that perhaps we might see that sort of individual play style versus the team mechanic. We saw that in day 1, and that could have been a skimmer on target. Gids wasn't being baited into the play here, respecting his own position, the awareness of it. Minute gone off the clock here. Not a goal being ruptured in terms of the scoreboard up top here, but no side able to penetrate through the defence either.
Lion into advance down the field, central in towards Lenzo. Gids rises high and will get there. He drops it down for Onza. The shot good, the demo better, and Gids gives the Falcons a 1-0 lead, and it's so nicely worked. Look at the composure from Gids there to find Onza and then to get the demo. Lovely stuff.
I think we've saw the Giddles Surely that bump came with a laugh. Chuckling along like a madman. I've got it. Probably screaming along towards that one. Onza, what are you thinking?
Oh no.
What? Oh, this is diabolical.
Onza, maybe he felt like he couldn't make it and went for boost. I'm not sure. It was one of those mistakes that, you know, you're going to get one of those every single qualifier or series. It's going to happen. He's got to just move past that in his head and make sure it doesn't happen again, because that potentially looks to kill the momentum that the Falcons worked so hard to get. And Onza, hopefully he doesn't overplay and try to make up for it too much, and he does just that! Finds the near post effort, makes up for the error, and he's in fine form again.
It's like this breakfast for a grand final. It's crack, stackle and pop. The moment you thought this one was resting, you just get a spoonful right in the gob here. The Falcons, they've done well here. They put back no boost here. Right on the proverbial Achilles heel there. That one by Leo straight over here. This is madness for a grand final. I'm all up for it, don't get me wrong here. But I'm not often saying this, but settle down.
Certainly is the advice to take for both of these two sides, as Lenzo goes close and Walmsley takes his time now. Squares up against Ritzy, searches for a teammate. Good 50, Onza will take over the play. Lenzo off the right hand side wall. Nice pre-flip, Gids has to get to it and does. It's awkward now though, Walmsley has to climb high and Onza covers his teammate. Gently worked there by Ritzy. Nice composure in towards Lenzo. Lenzo with a good shot. Away to the left hand side now. Lenzo climbs the wall, leaves it for Lion. Lion's centre is cleared by Onza. The flicked deft touch from Lenzo only as far as Walmsley. Up he goes now. Flip reset and intercepted by Lion and the army. The Falcons, they're holding their lead.
You came into this and probably thought Falcons in the final. You may have been, you know, about 20%, or maybe with that sort of outcome of most people's opinions. But the way they're playing here is beyond belief currently at the moment. It's a bit surprising how well they've taken to this grand final and how at times dominating their opposition here that we thought could have run rampant for a 4-0 sweep. That's how good they've been shown and illustrated throughout day 1 and 2. But the Falcons, if they can keep this defensive structure for the next 1 minute 20, go 2-1 up in the series, it's arguably the best start they could hope for.
Indeed, but there will be questions asked of their defence. And there goes Lion. And it was Lenzo going up, and it will be a temporary open net, Gids. 1 versus 1 with Lenzo. 50s into the back of the net. And with a minute to play, the Falcons looking to go 2-1 to the good in the series. They've worked hard. They've stayed robust and defiant against this no boost justified side. They get their reward.
Certainly do. And just when the game itself was pining for a goal, it's just blushed at the wrong moment, and the defence of no boost, however, pulled it too quickly there. Under the minute mark, mind you. For maybe goal number 4 here by the Falcons, and you just sense that this game might run away. And you know what, here Lenzo's just pre-jumped that one, essentially has to back in to Onzo now, his call straight through. No dunk either, but will get the block to delay the direct counter-attacking route. And Gids is happy. This is going to essentially be a one-man push every time by the Falcons.
23 seconds to play. Remember, best of 7, so it's first to 4 now. There is a little bit more margin for error for both of these sides. Ritzy, with 50 now. Can he find the shot? No, he can't. Onza's there. Lenzo will flick. Softer touch would have sufficed there, but Walmsley only as far as Ritzy. Ritzy finds his teammate Lenzo, but a nice touch from Gids, and it is the Falcons taking a 2-1 lead in the series. They find themselves now 2 more games off of Qualifier 1 top seed. That'll be some result for the Falcons as well. And so we go ahead straight on into game number 4. I mean, Danny, if anything, what can NBJV change, if anything at all? Because there's not much, because they are playing very good. The Falcons were just more clinical, I thought, in that last game.
I would argue you don't change anything at this point, which might be a rare thing for a coach to say at sort of the top end. You might be looking at sort of 1 or 2 fine margins, but you know, when you're holding 1-1 with half a game essentially played, you know, you just have to have that sort of trust and belief here. If they go down and lose this one here, you might want to look at sort of your defensive structure, and then are you having the ability to, as I said once before, highlight your sort of strengths and ability here. But that sort of unknown becomes the question mark too. Are you finding, say, the passing plays that hasn't been part of the game? Are you sort of opening the pitch up for the demo? Are you playing the long ball to the backboard? You know, those are 3 things that they aren't doing. So the question is, can they do it, or will it be effective enough against the Falcons? Those are the thoughts they've got to have, though. Whether they do it in this game, I would prefer to stick to the game plan. It worked in game 1. There's no reason to panic just yet.
There is going to be a temporary intermission whilst one of the Army players, I believe it is Wormsley, needs a PC reset, so a technical timeout. And again, Danny, that leaves space and time for reflection for both of these 2 sides. And again, it's one of those. How do you use it? Like, are you going to use this time to mentally reset, calm down, much like we are right now? You know, lower the heart rate, as you once said, for the Storm Shadows? Or are you going to just jump straight into free play and keep your mechanics warm, or keep hyping up the team in comms? There is so much at stake now. And the right decision here could potentially, you know, put your team forward-facing for the remaining games, whether it goes to a Game 7 or 2 more wins for the Falcons just pop up, Danny. You know, the next minute or so whilst Wormsley gets back into the game could be very important.
And that's just the sort of the key bit of the dynamic of the teams and the players and what you're doing and who you're doing it with and what you're able to do. What will be what you'll look at towards those type of series is, can you settle yourself down, or can you keep your sort of bits warm? You know, those are elements of it. What is the key part as well too is that you don't sit there and overthink, because you also will have a player or 2 on that pitch here. But let's even examine this other side of the thing. You know, you have 6 players onto the pitch here, and I don't want to say no boost. They haven't really availed to all 3 of their capabilities. They have gone a little bit dormant, where you've seen the Falcons started to build that momentum and that sort of sense of a bigger sort of idea or a bigger picture. So if, you know, no boost just finds that half a second more, that little bit of a play that just works on, it's that response game. We're talking fine margin for a grand final.
Milliseconds can sometimes be the difference between winning a grand final and becoming top seed of the BFBS Pro League, or coming short and finishing second, which is still, by the way, still an unbelievably good result, especially with the number 1 seed out of the tournament as well, which allowed the Falcons to progress without playing them, which is a crucial detail as well. Who knows how that game would have gone? Maybe they would have beaten them, maybe they didn't. Maybe the Falcons wouldn't even have been here in the first place. But they managed to get here. They've deserved it. They deserved every second of it, and now they're 2-1 to the good. And they're about to begin for game number 4.
That's our small break in between everything else when the reset as well too. That loss as well, I mean, was it 7 more qualifiers down the line too? Sorry, that's a great question, and I remember coaching quite recently. It's not often that you get into a grand final, but it's when you are in these situations, is make sure that you stay true to yourselves. Don't sit there and get annoyed or frustrated and angry. Be who you are and enjoy the moment. The Falcons are living their dream right now.
Wormsley central to Gids, and what a finish, beating Lion to the ball, top right hand side corner. Pick that one out. You could not put that into the top corner more if you were to pick it up with your hands. It's a great finish.
Is that a challenge still?
Yes.
All right, me and you after rank we'll have a go, and I'll show you what top right bins looks like. But I much prefer the left side. But while, no boost be going into disbelief, Falcons be cheering, we may want to argue and squabble. Riz himself there having his goal back onto now even Stevens, but the Falcons love being in these situations because they normally nick one back.
And they have responded very well to going a goal, or to conceding last time out. The Falcons, can they do it again? Migro says he argues that we could put it more into the top bins. I don't know, it looked pretty top bins to me, but what do I know? Just the one top 16 EU finish on my portfolio. had to drop it.
The title players bringing on the big ones as accolades to soon to be the Liquipedia page and all that. Well, everybody is an analyst behind an armchair, but doing it the big centre stage is always so difficult. And so far, let's be fair, to hit that type of shot in a grand final, you wouldn't care. And Leon will finally put another one in, 2-1, and no boost could perhaps have returned to centre court.
Brilliant finish by Lion there. Good central pass as well from Lenzo. Top finishing, composure in front of the net, and they do find the lead. And again, this next 30 seconds for both teams is very, very important. The Falcons won't feel too disturbed by what they've seen there. There are a game in front after all. They have, as he said in game one, a disposable game, which they don't want to lose anyway, but if there is a disposable game, it is going to be this one for the Falcons.
Because to some extent, I'm going to have to even disagree a wee bit still. This is not disposable anymore for the Falcon side of things. For both sides, really. For the simple fact is, if you win this, it's match point, it's championship point. To the point here where you can force more pressure on your opposition. This isn't done yet here where you can sit there and say, GG, let's go next here. This one here, you give a bit more effort and make sure that you remind your opposition you're still in this.
And that is exactly what they're trying to do. And Ritzy's save. Gonna have to make another one. It's Onzo with a clinical finish. And just as you said, Danny, just shows the level of experience you have in this game and understanding that you have. Because that finish from Onzo was cracking. Bottom left with minimal boost as well, by the way. Not easy.
You're not the only one with a top 16 portfolio.
I reckon you can do it again, Danny. I'm not gonna lie.
What, return back into the coaching scene professionally?
I reckon you have it in the locker.
Oh, maybe, but I'm happy being an armchair player now these days. You could have done this back in my day; it was easier. But no, to be fair, the talent and the quality these days is leaps and bounds. Back in my day, and Gids will have an attempt here. But you know what? This game isn't done. You can sit here and you can draw from your own experience. From top 16 in the hardest region in the European region. When you have the likes of, you talk about Kais being arguably one of the best. You say British, I would argue one of the best European players. Full stop.
Agreed.
I mean, you have that striker ability, the quality, and you try to get the best out of it. You have been doing it, and you likewise to prove an up-and-comer, and I think up-and-comer is an insult actually probably these days. These two sides here, the Falcons arguably are well established. This is a side that you'd be looking at and sort of going, they should be here, where no boost is that next generation type argument. They have shown both sides of the coin here. What you do, how you do it. If they get coaches next week, I'd be worried here still.
Indeed, they've shown themselves to be a very good side, this Falcons team. They're into the final minute. The next goal in this series is a massive one. Could send the Falcons into game 5 with 3 match points, and there it may be. Gids rises high, drops it down, but Lion, right at the death of that attack, there to save the day, and it's all Falcons pressure right now. Gids goes up. Lenzo able to clear. Ritzy goes up. Onza coming from that third man position. Does it so well, but this is danger now. Gids one-on-one with Lenzo. Has to clear and does enough. And Onza picks up the ball deep inside his own half again and flicks it towards Ritzy. Ritzy dies for his troubles there, and Onza goes up. Wormsley gets a reset. Only as far as Onza again into the final 10 seconds. Good save by Lenzo. And is it going to be a sucker punch to end all sucker punches? It is. Lenzo into the back of the net. 3-2 with 3 seconds to play. And oh my, that was a big moment.
Oh, hold on a second here. Falcons had 2 kickoff goals, and they've got themselves back in the games before. We've yet to see it here in the 4th game. And do you know what? It's bounced up quite nicely. Wormsley up, flip reset here. He drops it. Oh, and Onza had the opportunity. Soft touch and whips at in any shape or way. Top left at the bins. That's a goal. That's OT. But do you know what here? I enjoy that moment there, and everybody heard it at home too. You heard the ooh from Stale. They sort of, as I jokingly referred to, you mentioned his name, the Pegasus, the Gary Neville of the RL sort of commentary scene here. That was it. You know when big moments arrive, when words no longer, it's just simple vowels.
Gary Neville is certainly not what I was going for, but it is what it sounded like at the end of the day. I've got to accept that fact. So Ritzy brings the action to a beginning here in, I think this is game 5 now. 2-2 apiece in this grand final. The battle for top seed for Qualifier 1 is well and truly underway. Both these teams playing so well. Lenzo going up with limited boost, but managed to somehow get there. 30 seconds have gone by already, and that's nice defending, and Leon will punt that downfield where Gids is waiting to collect the ball and play it out to Wormsley. Wormsley flicks nicely, and it will free up Onza for a 1 versus 2, and he beats 1, but Lion able to cover.
Up straight into the corner. Well, a boost will have to be used by both sides here, but we'll fancy no boost in the long run if they can keep a stable and structured defence here. Gids is looking a tad bit confused, not necessarily in terms of the situation as was who's going for it, what's the play, wasn't called quick enough here, Wormsley. So that's a shot on target. Really? You're going for that type of shot in a grand final? That takes gumption, but unfortunately too tight of an angle to drop it cleanly down. The passing option was there, was waiting, and unfortunately not to play devil's advocate too much here. But that's the difference between winning and losing here.
Onza met in the air by Lenzo on that left-hand side. Lion will challenge the car of Gids. Lenzo can turn, leaves it for Ritzy. Good communication between the 3 of them. Onza away. Nice punt downfield. Leon has to get there. He doesn't. Will it find the back of the net? It will! Gids puts it home. A small mistake there from Lion. Punished relentlessly by Gids. Played the miss. Went for the gamble. It paid off. And the Falcons lead.
I've watched that 3 times. I'm still unsure if he's hit the ramp of that roof of the net in itself here. It's unfortunate, but he had the race. He was on the opposite side, collected the boost, but you still have the ability to control it and still force the 50. That's pressure. That's the situation getting to somebody. And you know what? I don't know if yourself, Stella, in terms of working from a coach's point of view psychologically, I know you are in terms of that way inclined, but if you saw that, I'd be screaming to my team and saying, pick on him for the next minute or 2, make him know that every mistake is going to be bounced on.
Yeah, it's almost exactly that in football when you identify a weak link in the other team. Even if he's been good for the whole 90 minutes, you see a small weakness, a small chink in the armour. And, well, it's possible. It's possible to impact that player's thought processes and emotions just by simply targeting him. So it's a viable play now. And I believe it was Lion that time that made that fatal error that led to the first goal. It's all about how he can recover himself, how he can stabilise himself mentally. It's one thing I always do with the players that I coach is we have keywords that can invoke a certain level of emotion on a team at a moment's notice just by uttering the words. I wonder if they have the same, because they're going to need it.
team, uttering the word pink elephant, was trying to forget the horrible things that may have occurred and mentally reset there. It sounded silly and I've had a bit foolish, but you know, sometimes it's that little bit of moment to break the veil and reset here as that one rattles off it here. And you know what? Wormsley getting the touch there. Gids is up to the backboard here. It's essentially a 1v1. Back in for it here, crossbar. You keep hearing ding, ding, ding. We've seen Lion Hammer being the MVP, but right now it's the Lion, the Witch and the Wardrobe. He's going to end up like the Cowardly Lion, wanting to bend himself to the sheets, not wanting to replay that moment again.
It was attack after attack from the Falcons, again, pressing for the all-important second goal. And they got it. And they just need to hold now, hold their composure levels. And you can see the no boosters 5 team, they're beginning to crumble, I think. I believe the Falcons have cracked. And I've just been shut down.
Sorry, what were you saying?
I might just end the stream there, to be honest.
What? End the stream at a moment of brilliance from the casting duo of ourselves? What could have happened? What should have happened? Welcome to the armchair, ladies and gentlemen. Even top 16 coaches can every so often get it wrong. Players in the moment can get it wrong. The old phrase, and it's probably been uttered, pressure make diamonds. Although if you're maybe on the BBC during one of the major events, you know, tires are for pressure. What a line that was, and unfortunately I'm not a fan of that one, but neither was the defence for Falcons playing this situation. It is, shall we say, danger averted for the time being. Lion there getting the block here, straight downfield here, 30 seconds and under, and no boost, just the vibes. Well, they've lost, as they would say, the kids, they say, the aura has gone.
One more attempt. Up goes Wormsley, nice fake by Lion. And they're going for aggressive plays. Ritzy went for it, Onza was wise to it. Nice flick back by Lenzo. He's got to go and press now. They're trying to run the clock down. It's going to be successful. And it does hit the floor. It is Falcons with 2 match points. 3-2 in the series. And they'll be 1 game away from crowning the Falcons as the top seed for Qualifier 1. Time will tell, Danny.
So, essentially would be the reigning champions until their crown would be stolen next week. But madness. You know, if you sat here at the start in terms of before ball was kicked here after watching the semi-finals, you know, you thought No Boost as a roster would be dominating playing here, but the Falcons, the British Army's version of that particular word and name, sitting here showing their utmost class here. And I've just been informed here that Pegasus, who's a co-caster who I've worked with over the last couple of years here, has probably made the Falcons, who've just qualified for the RCS Worlds. I think the Falcons' name might be in contention here, but it's Gids, however, potentially grabbing the goal-winning opportunity here, and frankly, Qualifier 1 sealed.
Well, that is a nerve settler for the Falcons. If there was any nerves in that camp, that would have been abolished. It's the perfect start, and No Boost, just vibes, attempting to repeat the fate that was just acted upon them. Ritzy goes up. Nice first touch. Can he beat Gids? Gids reads that really, really well. Lenzo now. Lenzo centers. Wormsley's going to be there. Bumped away through his troubles. Ritzy. Fake towards Leon. Leon with a shot at the near post. And a good save by Gids. Just watches it out and plays a nice 50. And now has a chance himself. Lion limited boost, but Gids just didn't know to press. Unfortunate on that account. And Ritzy plays for the open backboard. Onza there to read it. Onza away to his left. Lenzo with the read. 50s with Wormsley. Wormsley will beat Ritzy to the ball as well. It's wonderful play by Wormsley. Lion, nice pre-jump. Ritzy looks in field, but Onza's there. This will be a chance. Lenzo was left one-on-one versus Onza, but it wasn't to be that time for the Falcons man.
It's just been left in the space here. Will eventually get the particular touch here, and Enzo just knocked it up forward here. Leon, if he gets this essentially like a pancake, some sandwich the wall on the ball at the same time, it would be ideal. In the car, 90 seconds gone essentially. That 1-0 lead looking like it could be enough doubles, and it could be all over. The Falcons are finding every type of shot they can and angle to put the threat in target and eliminate any hopes and dreams. And Leon near enough became an accidental mistake. An absolute brilliant one at that too. Ricochets around, but unfortunately for him, not going to slip through.
Really good Rocket League from both these two sides. I'm not quite sure how that one stayed out, but it did. And the lead still out 1-0, still maintained. Lion with a demo on Onza. Walmsley plays it away to his right-hand side. Lion with it clear again. It falls to Ritzy, who plays again towards Lion. They're linking up nicely now, but Gid's there to put a stop to that attack. Lenzo with the centre, and it flashes across the face of goal. It was dangerous again, and now Lenzo with some defending to do. Can he come across and stop the shot? He can. And Lion looks to relieve the pressure here for no boost, just fives.
This one looks like it's going to be another particular threat here, but no boost. Have got to be careful. It's all three on one attack on the same side, so the distribution from the players' rotations will be covering a very small amount. No boost, and Onza with the, shall we say, the adrenaline pump and push far too quickly in the key moment. Could have tapped that in for 2-0 off a mistake. Get straight down, and 2 minutes left. That early, sort of essentially 10 seconds, an early goal could have been enough to win it here from the Falcons. And so far, No Boost has zero answers in terms of the goal output.
Is that one goal going to be the difference? It's a nice demo that Sean is going to wrap it up now. 2-0, 1:45 to play. And oh my God, is this going to be the Falcons' #1 seed going into Qualifier 2? They've earned the right. They've put themselves in the position now, and they've just got to see it through.
Just a couple of weeks and months ago, the British Army Falcons suffered a loss to the RAF Storm Shadows that was considered the #1 side. They somewhat got back and took the crown off, but lost it temporarily. Then it's been exchanging back and forth here. They get the ball off the line here. It's been tested tonight by No Boost, an outsider essentially in the conversation of those two. 70 odd seconds, so that #1 seed reinstated to their names. They're not probably interested in the prize. They want the other. They want the distinguish between the rest and us.
1 minute to play. Gids with a shot at goal, and it's just sailed into the back of the net. It's going to be 3. It is going to be #1 seed now, surely, for the Falcons. They've been excellent, and they've been full value for this win. And points, valuable points scored to make that September LAN. Who will it be? Will it be the Falcons? Will it be No Boost, just fives? Will it be the RAF Storm Shadows? Will it be Team Omnia? Those are the current top 4. Those are the teams in contention of winning the BFBS Pro League Championship Season 1. But I think, Danny, it's fair to say the journey has well and truly begun for all these teams. The Falcons racing off the line. Can they maintain? Can they do it again next week? Only one way to find out. And again, if you are interested, if you do think you can do this, if you do think you're better than the Falcons and the Storm Shadows, then No Boost, just vibes. Put your money where your mouth is. Get yourself signed up. Qualifier 2. BFBS Esports. There's only one place to be next week, next Wednesday, when we do it all over again.
Joining us in next week, Wednesday, approximately around about 6 o'clock will be the starting time. Of course, pretty standard time. But a 3-0 in the 6th and final game of course, the open qualifiers at this Pro League from by BFBS. It is the British Army's very own Falcons taking the crown. Do you know what? I'm surprised to some extent, but how they done it Well, your eyes weren't lying to you. They are the #1 side now, and there's no argument.
And I think that's the best possible way to end this stream. It has been fantastic, Danny. And I once again thank you and your efforts in the commentary box with me across these last 2 days. I'm sure we'll be seeing you again on this channel for this BFBS Pro League, whether it's Qualifier 2, Qualifier 3, or even the potential in-person LAN. So much to play for, Danny. So I'll you know what? I'm going to throw this one to you, and we'll let you end the stream as you see fit.
Thank you very much, Stale, of course, for the kind words, and to everybody at home who has tuned in here over the 2 days. It is only going to get better, but that only, can sense, hard to kind of get better. You've just saw that, well, players are going to get better. There's going to be more streams. That means there's more opportunity for you at home to tune in and get involved, whether it's through the social on Twitter or maybe even on the likes of the Discord. The links are down below, whether it's on YouTube or Twitch you are watching. But without you, this wouldn't be as half as enjoyable too. But thank you, of course, to the players, to the production, and of course the admin crew, but quietly behind the scenes here, dealing with anything that's been thrown at them so far over the 2 days. But they've done a stellar job. It's not over yet. It's just the beginning. Until, I don't know, a few days' time, a week somewhat. We'll see you all over again to do it again. All from us, good night.
Introducing BFBS Pro League, the only tri-service esports league for the armed forces. Featuring Rocket League. The league is open to the whole armed forces community, including their families, civilian staff and cadets. Compete against players of all abilities and play to win a share of the £15,000 prize pool. Sign up now to BFBS Pro League. See you in the arena.